Live, there it is. Loved ones, what's happening? See the chat house already up and popping. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get up here to the top. Warren, I see you, baby. Let's get it in here. What's up, Ramsey? Right, all right. Rob Dub, what's good? Manny, I see you. Ben, what's happening? Dave Garcia, graphic artist extraordinaire. What is happening? Tony Edwards, what it do, baby? There will be no cake, though I think that's a good idea. We should have cake. We should have cake. I mean, it is kind of our birthday. It's an anniversary celebration. We should all see. Y'all didn't hear that, but Jesse said in my ear we should make chocolate chunk cookies tonight. That's the way it should go. Kenny's not here to advocate for them whack ass chips, so we go chocolate chunk cookies to celebrate the 1 year anniversary of D'Lo and KC. Makers Misfits, we see you. What's good, Rich? You and the little one. You and the little one nailed the Belo and JC stuff, man. That was fantastic. That OK Lake show at the end, that was money. That was fantastic. Well done. Thanks for doing that, man. That was an awesome
OK Lake show.
That was an awesome little treat to wake up to. That's fantastic. It worked right. Worked in, Danny. Oh, there you go. See, that's the only kind of chip we want tonight. We want the championship. Go, yeah, that's a stretch. Poker Pro, you saw me. You said. Now I didn't hit too bad on Saturday, by the way. I don't want to make it out like I was awful. I wasn't good, but I wasn't awful. Hoop Studios, thanks for the cool message on Twitter today, man. Appreciate it. As a matter of fact, appreciate everybody who sent all those great messages on social media today. Hey, Cheryl and B. Moore, what's happening? Baltimore, what's good? Can we get a best rant of the year by Kenny this week? Oh, what would that be? Like, what would definitively be? Oh, is it to stop the music? Is it when the 49ers? No, I don't think it's when the 49ers lost to the Dolphins. That was a good one, though. There was one during the Kings losing streak that was funny. Like, he's had a couple of good ones. Friday Eve. Yeah, I mean, that's one positive way of looking at things. Okay. I like it. Oh, Mac Jones. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
That's a good call right there. Something related to Mac Jones would make for a great oh, that's the one. The Bagley. No, it's not Bagley not being with the team. It's Bagley after the like tweet. That's the one. That's the definitive. I think that's the definitive KC rant for sure. That's a good call right there. And that's a good point, Kings fan 333. There's probably a couple of Bagley rants we could choose from. What's good, and welcome into the Tuesday edition, a championship Tuesday edition of D'Lo and KC here on August 17th. I'm Damian Barling. No, Kenny Caraway today, as he's enjoying a much-needed vacation, a couple of days off coming his way, but I'm happy to be here with you as the Sacramento Kings look for Summer League Championship number 2. We'll spend a lot of time talking about that, talking about the Kings today. We'll spend some time talking with our man, the Heartbreak Kid, Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald. He'll be with us coming up in about 45 minutes to talk the Summer League Championship, to talk the Summer League squad, but more importantly, to talk about the main roster and what the upcoming season looks like for the Sacramento Kings. As he will be all week, Kyle Madsen will join me for the second half of the show, and you continue to be the co-host here. If you want to jump in on anything that we talk about through the day, you can. 916-349-1320. We've also got WWE tickets coming your way at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, as they're going to be back at the Golden One Center for the first time in a long time, coming up October 18th. So we've got those tickets coming your way again at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. That happens every single day this week. Before we dive into the Kings and before we have some fun with the Summer League Championship, and don't let anybody tell you can't have fun with the Summer League Championship. Like, why not? It's an accomplishment. Shoot, if the Kings win tonight, what is that? 5 straight games? I'll take it. I don't care if only 3 or 4 of these guys are going to be on the roster when the season starts. The rest of the guys might be on the Stockton Kings roster. They might not be on the Stockton Kings roster. Who cares? Have fun with it. It's your squad. Celebrate it. Have fun. Christmas Day games are being announced as we speak. We'll talk a great deal about those. And will our beloved Sacramento Kings ever play on Christmas Day again? Because taking a quick peek at the games that were just announced, this ain't the year for it. Though I don't know that anybody thought it would be. Quick note before we really dive into all of this different stuff. As many of you know, today is the 1-year anniversary of Dealing with KC. We started 1 year ago today. And as I was reminded this morning, we started with like a spectacular car crash. For those of you who were actually with us, our first show, there was just, it's pretty crazy to think we started a radio show in the summer of 2020. Now, like 10 years from now, that might not mean anything. I mean, though, I don't think anyone will ever forget 2020, and I really don't think people will forget, and I certainly hope they don't forget the summer of 2020. But like right now, in full context, like think about last year. Think about August, and companies were laying people off, businesses were closing down. Traffic was virtually eliminated. People were working from home. We thought we were kicking out and hulking up out of the COVID-19 virus. Of course, we've been proved spectacularly wrong a year later. But the fact that we started a radio show in a business where so many jobs were getting cut, our company added one. And, we have been for the last year, and I think we're on show number 249. I don't know that for sure. I do label each rundown that we do with episode number. There's a high probability that I made a mistake somewhere along the way. So the show is somewhere in the vicinity of 249. We've been doing 249 or so shows from home. And we ran through all of the tests on Friday. The Friday before the show, we did a practice show. If you remember, Vlade had stepped down that Friday. And so Kenny and I had a lot to work with. And so we got together, we ran through a practice show, and we thought we had everything ironed out. And we were together, we were connected, at like 11 o'clock that day, an hour before show started, everybody was feeling good. And then when it was time to go, there was one button in the studio that was pressed that wasn't supposed to be pressed. So I'm waiting for this Sports Center update to come to a conclusion. Those last night, the San Francisco Giants beat the New York Mets. Like it's one of those deals, right? And it's playing in my ear. Meanwhile, our man Charlie is telling me, okay, go. And I'm like, okay, the intro's about to hit. And I knew I had heard the intro, like I was ready for it. And he's like, no, go, start talking. And I'm like, oh. And that's literally how the show starts. It's me going, oh, hey, note to the guys in the studio, I'm listening to the Sports Center update as I'm talking to you. And I'm praying that they're listening to me, knowing whatever is going on in the studio, they have to fix, because Kenny and I can't hear each other because there's an update blaring in our ears. And if they didn't catch it in time, at any second, I would be hearing my voice on about a minute delay. So that's how the show started. That was the very first moment of the show. A disaster. And we've had several car crashes since then. But we feel like what we've done over the course of the last year has been a lot of fun. And I appreciate everybody who has posted some tremendously kind words on social media about this program and about what not only myself and Kenny have built, but Jesse's role with this show has evolved a great deal over the last year. Like, it was a lot of, hey, let's do this. Okay, cool, let's do it. We're going to figure out some things along the way. And that's really what it's been. It was like, okay, it's D'Lo and KC, it's Damian and Kenny, and Charlie and Jesse are going to work as producers. And we realized it would be best for the show if we had one singular producer, and that's Jesse. And Charlie does like a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes to make not only this radio show work, but to make ESPN 1320 work. And many of you are familiar with a guy who's more than a character on the show. He's our boss, Danny, in San Francisco. And Kenny and I spent a lot of time talking about, Danny and his role in all of this on Friday, and his role in overseeing this radio station, in addition to his responsibilities in San Francisco, and really giving Kenny and I kind of the reins to put this thing together the way that we think would be best for this city and the sports fans in this city. So I can't tell you enough how much fun this last year has been. And I always say it, and I mean it, man. We celebrate anniversaries because this is a tough business, as so many of you are aware of. So many of you longtime sports talk listeners are aware of. This business is tough, and it's very it's cutthroat, and there are always people waiting to take your spot. And so we celebrate anniversaries. And sometimes it's not people waiting to take your spot. Sometimes it's companies going, this isn't working. Thankfully for us, and this is why I can't stress this enough. If you're watching on the live stream, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, and if you're listening on the radio, I'll set the scene for you. But for those who are watching, you see those line of bottles behind me, those Luke Belaire bottles, those Bumbu bottles, those McQueen and the Violet Fog gin bottles. I can't possibly overstate how important the Sovereign brands and McQueen and the Violet Fog and Luke Belaire have been to what D'Lo and KC are today. Not just our partnership with that brand, but the fact that you embrace that brand. Like, it's not a flex when you post a picture of a black bottle on social media and say, I'm trying this for the first time. That is a huge deal for us, because this whole business revolves around making money. Like, we think we could do a good show. We believe there are people listening to this show. But if there aren't sponsors that we can show, like, hey, look at the way our crew embrace this, then it's all for nothing. And the way that y'all embrace McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, for Matt George to join the show for the first time yesterday and pull out a bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, bro, that is huge for us. The stories on Instagram, the pics on Twitter, the pics on Facebook, they are massive. They are a big, big deal. Every single picture you have ever sent us with that brand has been documented. Every single note you've ever sent us about City Center Financial or Loan Pronto or any of the companies on our radio station have all been documented. So there is no more important component to what we do on a day-to-day basis than you. Whether it's you listening, whether it's you watching, whether you text every day, whether you tweet every day, or whether you have never texted or called once. You are the most important part. You are the most important dynamic of this show. And we cannot thank you enough. We'll try. I mean, we'll try. We'll thank the hell out of you, because it really is a big deal. But we could never, ever possibly do your role in all of this justice. So thank you for a tremendous first year. And let's hope that we get year number 2 off with a Summer League championship. One of the things I know a lot of Kings fans are looking forward to is Peyton Pritchard and Davion Mitchell. I don't know if Peyton Pritchard's playing tonight. I didn't even know this was a thing until like last night. I was pulling up, like, because Peyton Pritchard has had some insane numbers. He had that 92 points in the pro-am and all of that different things, but he had a great summer league. And then I came across this article from Boston. It was like, yeah, He tweeted he's ready to go, that he wants to play. The Celtics were kind of non-committal on it. Like, I don't know if he's going to play. Like, wait a minute. Is Peyton Pritchard ducking Davion Mitchell already? Is he not interested in having an off night? Oh, no, man. That would be such a letdown if Peyton Pritchard doesn't play. And I mean, a letdown in the sense of we want to see our guy go to work. Like y'all, the national media is raving about. Like you go to The Athletic, you go to some of these different websites. I think ESPN has one too, where they're talking about the stars of the summer league. Oh, Peyton Pritchard's at the top of all of them. Okay, cool. He's at the top of all of them because he's scoring to tell the points. Hey, he gets that credit. He gets all that credit. But let's see how he matches up against off night. Let's see what it looks like when he's going against the defender who ain't going to let him breathe. Yeah, I want to see it. We dealt with this with Lonzo Ball and De'Aaron Fox for like 3 or 4 straight matchups. Though I think it'll be fun to start the narrative now that folks is ducking Davion Mitchell, but I want to see this tonight. On all of those lists I was talking about there, no King made the list, despite the fact they haven't lost the game yet. And I think that's worth diving into a little bit because I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I'll explain why. Also, we'll stick with the Celtics too and tie it back into the Kings. Marcus Smart signs an extension with the Celtics. Marcus Smart isn't going to play tonight, but he's a player that we've long coveted here on D'Lo and KC for the Sacramento Kings. Maybe Donovan Mitchell is the guy who could fill that Marcus Smart role. We'll dive into that. We're just getting started here. Put your feet up, hang out, get comfortable. We're with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Oh, man, flight delayed. Sorry about that, Rich. Oh, there it is. Yep, Pritchard's. Hey, man, that's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, okay. All right. There it is. Yeah, I mean, it's all over. It's all over. He's. I mean, if you're scared, say you're scared. Oh, Jerry Trap House, man, I appreciate that. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the love, man. That's nice of you. Yeah. What's up, Sean? I see you, baby. I saw that Peyton tweeted that. I think the thing was that the Celtics were like, okay, yeah, like it's cool, but we'll see. Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't know you could leave and come back either.
Okay, Lake Show.
Yeah, I see you. I'm sorry, no name. My apologies. We'll do better. I'm sorry. We showed love to our sponsor. It's my bad. Shame on me. Danny in San Francisco is the Vince McMahon of yes. He is. Damn it. He didn't talk like that at all. I think that's just my like authority voice. It's the Vince McMahon voice. Hopefully, man. Hopefully we're coming out of it. Yeah, it is a good point too, David, man. Thanks for everybody who has tweeted about this show. Because man, social media is a big deal. Yeah. I've never gone back to listen to it, man. I feel like it would be too painful. No, please don't. I do not want to hear it. Yes, he does. I do recall that. That was, that's, yeah, maybe. Yeah, go ahead, cut it. Like maybe we'll play that later. That's boring. Oh, that's boring. Oh, that's just painful. Just painful. There's nothing worse than when you just know something is going wrong. like terribly, terribly wrong, and you can't do anything about it. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan Stanley over there on Twitter. Okay. Appreciate you. Big facts there. Okay. It's on the way. It's on the way. Wow. I only did a couple of those. That's crazy that you heard him. The first one was, bro, I was talking so fast. It was ridiculous. I burned through, I don't even have like a reference for it. I burned through a stack of notes that big that day because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. No, actually, I always get this wrong. It's this one, the white one. That's my favorite champagne bottle right there. I mean, like, not necessarily the bottle, the stuff that's in the bottle. That's my favorite version of the Luc Belaire champagne is this one right here. I've learned I'm more of a dry champagne guy. I do like the rosés. They're good. Obviously, the blue is incredible, but that's my favorite right there. Okay. Hey, Kimmy, good news. You don't have to. Sorry, that was mean. Oh, is that what that means? I did not know that. Y'all teach me stuff over here on the YouTube feed, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you want to hang out with the show, if you want to watch the show, we welcome those that are listening on the Odyssey app as well. And of course, on 1320 AM. I was asked during the commercial break which one of these Luc Belaire bottles is my favorite. And I mentioned the Lux Brut, which is I've learned, through my relationship with Belaire, as I've tried all of these different flavors, is I like dry champagne, and I just learned that dry equals more alcohol. That explains a lot. I did not know that. The only two champagnes, the only two Belairs that I had before our relationship with them is I had always bought the white. It was the first one I ever bought, and I loved it. So I just kept getting it, and I bought the black bottle too. Those were the two that I had always purchased before I ever met Black Bottles 916. And so it will be the white Lux Dry version that I'm popping tonight if the Sacramento Kings wind up beating the Boston Celtics for their second Summer League championship. Now, it is worth pointing out that the last time the Sacramento Kings won the Summer League championship, I believe they won 29 regular season games that year. So there's that. Not that there's any correlation between Summer League championships and regular season or anything like that. But this feels different for a variety of reasons. Now, I mentioned a couple of moments ago, we're waiting to find out if Peyton Pritchard is going to play today or if he's ducking Davion Mitchell. And understandably, quite honestly, I can't blame him. Like if I was dropping 92 in a Pro-Am game and I had to go against a lockdown defender, I wouldn't want to go out there and put up 7 points and be embarrassed in front of everybody. Because if Peyton Pritchard plays tonight, he's going to be the talk of the game. I mean, I got to assume it would be crazy if he's not. I got to assume it's our guy calling it. I got to assume it's Mark Jones calling it. But Mark Jones he's a professional. He's not going to lean too heavy for the Kings, but he's going to be able to point things out that other analysts wouldn't be able to point out. These national guys, they're not paying attention to what the Sacramento Kings are doing. They're cramming as much prep as they can before their game to try to be familiar with the roster. And I get it. I completely get it. But Mark Jones knows about this team. And he knows about Davion Mitchell. And he knows about the process of drafting Davion Mitchell. Also, let Peyton Pritchard play and go out there and start struggling with Davion Mitchell as the primary defender. I'm begging for it. Absolutely begging for it. How could you get this? Like, what are the Celtics even worried about? You got one game left. Like, it's over. It's not like this is the quarterfinals. It's not like in a traditional summer league, you got to win like 8 games or something. It's like 8 or 9 games. We're talking 5 games. he broke off to go play a pro-am game, whatever. Cool. He's back in Vegas. Like, let's go. Let's play. Let's see what you got against the defender. An off-night defender. Let's see what you got. Because Peyton Pritchard's at the top of these summer league standouts. And I mean, there's a lot of names that you're familiar with that are on some of these lists, and it's all good. None of them are the Kings. And that's fine. I think that's okay because I think we're seeing, I think the most important thing that we're seeing from the Sacramento Kings this summer league session is a commitment to defense. And as elementary as this statement is, a commitment to effort. Because how many times during the 82-game season last year did we question effort? How many times did we question whether these guys were giving their all? Now, there were times, particularly early in the season, where we talked openly about the effort that they were putting out there. We contributed their improvement on the defensive end to their effort on the defensive end. And so watching this summer league squad with Louis the King, probably the most, just trying to run through everybody. But yeah, I mean, Metu too. I think Metu has played really well. Obviously, he's not going to play tonight because of the punch that he threw against Dallas. Thankfully, he was only suspended one summer league game. But Chimezie Metu, I think, has played really well through the 4 games. But I think one of the guys who, and maybe the guy who has played the best, has been Louis King. As we call him, Louis the King. Now, he hasn't played on the level of Peyton Pritchard. He's not scoring 20-some-odd points per game. And there's a number of other guys that summer league watchers are loving, and Louis the King isn't one of them, and that's fine. But I think what's valuable about Louis the King is he's playing well, he's had minutes on the main roster, and he's going to have time on the main roster again this year. So it goes back to that conversation of win or lose tonight, what can we take away from this summer league team? What can we take away from this group of individuals that is out there? What can we take away from the effort that Davion Mitchell has? Because I know there are Kings fans that are frustrated that a deal for the big fish hasn't landed, or the big swing that Monty McNair is taking behind the scenes isn't connecting and flying over the fence. And every time a disgruntled star pops up, we start working out, well, how can the Kings get Dame Lillard? How can the Kings get Ben Simmons? How can the Kings get Pascal Siakam? How can the Kings get this guy or that guy? All of that stuff is far-fetched talk. That's just talk amongst fans. Those are just things you talk about for fun. Those are things that you write about. Get people to click on, well, here's a scenario. Here's a pathway in which it could happen. All right, let's go over it. Let's take a look at it. Okay, is it realistic? I don't know. Depends on how you look at it. Realistic? Sure. Likely? Probably not. Probably not. And I think that's what we've learned over the course of the last few weeks or so. All of these different ideas that we put together. Fun, for sure. Likely, not so much. Not so much. The best one being the Lakers deal. That's the deal. And that's the frustrating thing is when you look at the Lakers, the Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, that whole thing, I don't think there was a better one out there. I don't think there is a better one out there. That was the one. Like it worked on all fronts. Montrezl Harrell with this group, I mean, it probably would have influenced some things that happened since then. But it didn't go through. And now, as I told Matt George yesterday, we're going to talk to Brenden Nunes coming up here in about 20 minutes. I'm starting to settle into the fact that I think Buddy Hield is going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings next year. Question will be in what role? Well, that's not a question for me. I know what role I think Buddy Hield should be in, and I know what role I think Buddy Hield will succeed in. we saw him succeed in it at one point. And that's being, whether it's a sixth man or not, is irrelevant. That's him being a guy coming off the bench. I think he could be extremely successful in that. Now, it seems a lot of people are leaning towards Harrison Barnes being a 4, which, you know, looking back on the season, and I guess this is my mistake for looking back at the season in a kind of in a microscope and not looking at it more broadly. Like looking back at the season and seeing, you know, Harrison Barnes at the 4, you look at it, you know, in a vacuum and say, well, he was having a career year until he regularly had to start playing at the 4, and then his season went straight to hell. Like it went to hell in a sports car. Fast. I mean, he started scoring like single digit points. He couldn't get shots, like nothing, like he couldn't have possibly have been more ineffective. So with all of this stuff about, oh, Harrison Barnes he's a modern day 4. He could fit. He could run a lot of the you know, a 3-guard lineup at the 4 position. It's like, wait, y'all didn't watch last year? That was just me. And I thought Matt George made a great point yesterday, which is a sentence I didn't think I would utter. It's a joke for Matt. He was like, yeah, but look at who was around him when he was at the 4. Okay. So we strengthen up the rest. So by that logic, we strengthen up the rest of the lineup. We believe Harrison Barnes will be more effective at the 4. Okay, I kind of need to see that, though. And that's not discrediting that thought, nor is it discrediting anybody who thinks Harrison Barnes should play at the 4. It's me just remembering what I saw last year. Again, in a vacuum, and I understand that. That's my shortcoming. But him in that 4 was like, oh, that is a bad look for this team. Especially when, what's our biggest complaint about Richaun Holmes? Oh, he's small. I mean, he's small for the position. Well, damn, like I'm thrilled that Richaun is back, but to the best of my knowledge, at least, I don't think he grew. So isn't the situation with Richaun Holmes still exactly the same? Unless you're talking about having Harrison at the 4 with an Alex Len or a Tristan Thompson. Okay, I guess. I mean, what are the situations where we're putting Harrison at a 4? I'm not sure. I don't think it's a starting situation. But that goes to, what's the identity of this team going to be? Because that's one of the things, and admittedly, one of my biggest frustrations with Luke Walton is I don't feel Luke Walton has an identity as a coach. And maybe a lot of coaches don't. Maybe great ones do, but most don't. Maybe I'm too hard on Luke Walton in that sense. But what's his identity as a team? Now, if my partner was here, he would tell me, well, D-Lo, he can't establish. He doesn't know what his identity is because he doesn't have the roster. He doesn't have the roster to go out there and do what he wants to do. Okay. Well, does he have the roster now? And that's a genuine question. That's not a question where I'm asking, going, look at the roster. Is this good enough for you? No, what I mean is this the roster he needs to do what he wants to do? Because I don't know what Luke wants to do. And maybe that's a reflection of what the rosters look like since he's been here. Does he want to be a defensive coach? I remember him saying at the beginning of his first year, he said, no, we still want to get up and down the floor, but we want to get up and down the floor because of our defense. Okay. Well, in theory, that makes sense. We saw the Phoenix Suns do it. We even saw the Phoenix Suns do it not just last year, but the year before. and that stretch in the bubble, and even I think it was like 4 or 5 games before the bubble started. You can like isolate those. That's a total like 12 to 13 games. They had the number 1 defensive efficiency and the highest scoring offense. So the Phoenix Suns and Monty Williams were able to execute with and without Chris Paul, by the way. They were able to execute exactly what Luke Walton wanted the Sacramento Kings to do. Now, think back to that bubble team. Chris Paul wasn't on it. And I don't know how long they were able to maintain. Like, I don't even know that that's something that they held on to when Chris Paul got here. So they may have done it entirely without Chris Paul. But what did Monty Williams have that Luke Walton didn't? Because would anyone argue that Phoenix Suns roster, before Chris Paul got there, no revisionist history now, would anyone argue that roster was really good? That bubble team that went 8-0, and in the games prior to it, was anyone arguing that Phoenix Suns roster is set? Was anybody saying they're just a Chris Paul away? I felt like they established, or they were at least attempting to establish an identity. Talk about identity. Look at the team that the Sacramento Kings are playing tonight in the Summer League Championship. Boston Celtics got an identity. I'm looking at my man Johnny Dewa's message right here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. He said it took 4 games for Bobby to have an identity. That's facts. I'm not going to argue with that one single bit. You watch this Summer League team, and they're taking on the identity of Bobby Jackson as a coach. And we don't know Bobby Jackson as a coach, but we know him as a player. And he's coaching these guys to play like him. Like, I can imagine Bobby Jackson in a huddle saying, you're going to play with the same intensity that I did. You know, you've heard people say, you've heard different Kings insiders come on here and say, you go to a game, you watch Bobby Jackson before the game, he is out there busting he is working as hard as any player out there. He's a coach. Sweat dripping from head to toe, out there working his ass off. Bobby's going to expect you to work as hard as he does. Bobby was able to establish that. Now, coaching a summer league team is different than coaching an NBA team. Coaching a summer league team for 5 games is different than coaching a team for 82 of them, or 72 of them in Luke Walton's case. But I'm not going to stall Luke out in that sense, because that's what he's missing, is an identity. What does he want? Casey likes to point out that clip of Luke Walton talking about, we're just asking guys to stay in front of your man for 2 dribbles. That's it. Or the other line that he said after a frustrating loss. I don't know if my game plan is working because my guys aren't executing the game plan. Okay. Can this group that he has now, that Monty McNair has assembled, can they execute his game plan? And if so, what is the identity that Luke Walton can establish as a head coach? You look at the Boston Celtics, not necessarily the Boston Celtics Summer League team, but you look at the Boston Celtics 82-game team, the regular season team. It signed Marcus Smart yesterday to an extension. Marcus Smart was entering the final year of his deal, and I had always been told he is an integral part of everything that the Celtics do. Like, he is extremely important to their, as we say here on D'Lo and KC, he's core. And all this talk about, moving him and could he be traded for this and traded for that, and how can the Sacramento Kings get a hold of him? I don't believe that was ever going to happen. And I think yesterday was, I think that stamped that. It's Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. That's the team. That's the Boston Celtics. That's the core of everything that Brad Stevens is trying to do there. Everything now gets built around them. The Isaiah Thomas experiments are over. The Kyrie Irving experiments are over. Gordon Hayward, Kemba Walker, all that stuff is gone. It's done. It's a wrap. That's it. We're focused on these three guys. How can we find players that will fit with Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum? Their identity has always been a smart team who will work defensively and won't give up easy baskets. Like, you'll use a lot of the shot clock when you're playing the Boston Celtics. When the Boston Celtics, and I believe, and this year will tell a lot, I believe last year was an aberration for this team. I don't think they're a 36-36 team or a 41-41 team. I don't think the Celtics are a 500 team. I think they're significantly better than a 500 team. And I'm stopping short of putting them in the top 4 right now, but I do believe the Celtics are going to be significantly better. And I'm a bit of a Celtics, I won't go so far as to say a fan. What kind of a fan? I like the Celtics. I like Brad Stevens. Love Jason Tatum. Love Marcus Smart. Jaylen Brown too. All of them. I'm all in on those guys. But we've seen them establish identity, and I think that Marcus Smart is the centerpiece of that identity. I know that Jason Tatum is their best player, and I know how important Jaylen Brown is to what they're doing, but I believe that Marcus Smart is the centerpiece of everything that they do, which is why we've covered him here. Oh, we need a dog. We need a guy who can work. Said Marcus Smart's one of the, no pun intended, smartest players in the game. When you talk about basketball IQ, you're talking about guys like Rajon Rondo. You're talking about guys like Marcus Smart. They are the smartest players in the league. That's an intangible that Marcus Smart has that even other great defenders don't have. And so one of the great draft comps for Davion Mitchell was Marcus Smart. Now, a lot of that is surface stuff, defense, effort, grittiness, toughness. Dope. I'm with it. If Davion Mitchell has Marcus Smart's basketball IQ, man, the Sacramento Kings are in really, really good shape for a really, really long time. Because that's another thing that I wonder if this organization has lacked. That's another thing that I wonder if this roster has lacked. Is multiple guys with high basketball IQs. I've never played in an NBA game. I know that may be shocking to hear. Never played in an NBA game. So I'm going to stop short of saying someone has a low basketball IQ. That's just not my place to speak on. But I've asked enough people who have coached the game, or who have played in the game, what's this player's shortcoming? What's this player's shortcoming? And it's not like they go, yeah, the dude's dumb. Nobody does that. But when they point out their shortcomings, it starts to account to, okay, they don't have the greatest feel for all of this yet. Got it. I think there's some guys on the roster like that. You know who they are. Buddy's one of them. Marvin's probably one of them. And I don't even know how much of that is Marvin's fault. Marvin would have a better feel for the game if he played the game more. But if you have if Davion's draft comp really is Marcus Smart, man, if we can dig a little bit deeper into that comp and say, no, he has the basketball IQ. And I think Tyrese Mitchell, I mean, his coach at Iowa State told us on draft night, you're getting a guy with a massive you're getting a guy who understands the game. Not only are you getting a guy who understands the game, you're getting a guy who understands his role in the game. Okay? Now you start stacking players. Harrison Barnes, like, give me a break. We know that already. Now you're starting to stack guys one on top of the other who have high basketball cues, who have great feels for the game. And some of those mistakes that used to drive Kings fans crazy last year and the year before, and perhaps even the year before that, they'll start to get eliminated. So the question I pose again is, what is the identity of this team? And what is the identity that Luke Walton is going to attempt to establish. We've seen them add Doug Christie, Mike Longardi, that added him yesterday. He's another coach. Everything I've read about him, brother's essentially a defensive coordinator. He's a defensive-minded coach. He's also a front-of-the-bench coach. Okay. You start adding all of this together, and it feels like it's clear what Monty McNair is trying to build here. We're not used to it. Hell, we're coming off a season where the Sacramento Kings had the worst defense in the NBA. And I know people like to say it was the worst defense in NBA history. I don't think that that's actually true. Though anyone who watched it probably wouldn't argue it. It's pretty bad. Regardless if it was the worst in history or not. It was really freaking bad. So we're going the other direction here with establishing a defensive team and a coaching staff with a defensive mindset. Okay, I'm all for it. Is that what Luke Walton needs? Is that what Luke Walton wants? Is that what Luke Walton is? We talk about all these different players. Hell, Luke Walton is one of the biggest unanswered questions for me entering the year. I'm going to ask Brenden Nunes what kind of identity he thinks this current version of the Sacramento Kings have. Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald. He's going to join me next. Plus, we've got 2 tickets to see WWE Raw at the Golden One Center October 18th. We'll have your opportunity to win, and we'll let you know how you can win next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Bring in the Heartbreak Kid. Brenden, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good.
Good,
Doing
man. Good. Thanks for joining me, man. I appreciate it.
No problem. Ready to root for the Celtics, man.
Ah, what a troll move. What a troll move.
You know that's not true.
I know it's not. We'll have some fun here, man. It's true, King Voss. I did not play professional basketball. I know it's tough to believe.
Did you play in high school?
Yeah. I played in high school.
What's your game?
It's trash.
You gotta give me position.
I was a very undersized 3. I never grew, man. That's the thing. I kept thinking I was going to grow. So to hear that like Giannis has grown like 3 inches since being drafted, that's trash. I didn't grow 3 inches after I turned 14. It's like, what the hell, man? Everyone's, man, you're going to be like 6'2", 6'3". I'm like, cool. And it never happened. I'm still mad at my mom for that.
I could tell.
Never
You were planning on it. Yeah.
I had grown. Yeah, I had banked on it. I did. It's true. I did add 9 pounds of muscle. That's true. I did add 9 pounds of muscle as all great players do in the off season.
Mm-hmm. Ready to pop one of those behind you if they get a win or what?
I said I would. Yep.
Yeah.
I said I would. I'd go that white one right there. I'd open that up, man, and why not? I'd celebrate.
As good as it gets tonight, right?
Hey, I have no problem. It's if you're gonna have a summer league and you're gonna have a championship for it, why the hell not celebrate it?
Yeah, try to win.
I'm with it.
Yeah,
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I think it's fun, and I think it's exciting for just as a Kings fan. Hey, man, it's cool.
Yeah, they got a lot of people to believe in the Mitchell pick for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The difficult part is, and you know this, and super producer Jesse in the studio, who's a Celtics fan too, knows this. This Celtics Summer League roster has a lot of pro players on it. It has a lot of like regular roster guys on it.
Right.
So maybe Carson Edwards isn't getting 40 minutes a game or anything like that, but he's a pro player who's been with the pro squad. So it's going to be a really tough matchup for the Kings tonight.
Yeah, no, I still haven't seen like a confirmation on the Pritchard thing. I don't know if you have.
Nope, have not. Waiting for it.
Yeah,
definitely waiting for it. Ducking Davion Mitchell, like, it's cool, man. It happens.
It's got to be. Yeah, doesn't want an off night. He wants to leave it at the 91. What do you have? 91 in the semis and then 60 in the finals, something like that.
Man, letting him. See, that's the thing, too. I wouldn't want to do it either. I go out there against a tenacious defender. I'm dropping 91. I'm dropping 60. And all of a sudden, Davion's got me 2 for 10 in the first half. Yeah, I'd tap out, too.
Yeah.
I'd tap out, too.
Yeah.
I'm with you, John. I don't think it's coming for us, buddy. It ain't happening.
So I was getting educated on what Heartbreak Kid is here. I thought this was Bret Michaels. I was talking to my pops earlier this morning, getting educated, and apparently it's not Bret Michaels.
It's Shawn Michaels.
Well,
Bret Michaels is an '80s hair band singer.
Oh.
It's the singer of Poison, I think.
At least Bret Michaels exists. Like, it's somebody.
Well, Shawn Michaels exists. He's the Heartbreak Kid. He's the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Hang on. I think we're... Just having some fun here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Glad to see I'm not the only one whose parents told it, hey, man, once that growth spurt hit, boy, watch out. Yeah, I'm glad to see that I'm the only person who parents lied to them. My mom lied to me. She told me I was going to grow like 3-4 more. I was going to be 6'2". All of this, it never happened. Like, I think after 13 or 14, like, I just completely stopped growing. Giannis Antetokounmpo out here growing 3 inches at 20, 21, and 22. Just not fair. It's not fair. Thus why that's the sole reason, by the way, I never became a professional basketball player. Obviously, that and I was trash. Brenden Nunes, who did not know where the Heartbreak Kid nickname came from, joins us here on D-Lo and KC. Brenden of the Kings Herald, of course, always great to have you. One quick mention, Brenden, before we get started, coming up in 12 minutes, we'll have your opportunity to win tickets to see WWE Raw October 18th at the Golden One Center. All you got to do is be caller number 3 at 916-349-1320. So store that number away. You should already have it saved in your phone as your favorite radio station. Again, that's 916-349-1320. All right, Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald. I was talking before you joined us about identity and what type of an identity the Sacramento Kings team can establish this upcoming season. We've seen the commitment to the defensive end in terms of players and coaches. Is that what you think the identity of this team will be this upcoming season, is a defensive-minded team?
I mean, I think that, the summer league stuff's really encouraging. I think it's pretty hard for a team to actually have an identity. There has to be some consistency that's been around that franchise for a long time. You think of, Toronto's player development. Masai's been there for a good handful of years. Popovich and the ball movement, something he's been pushing for a long time. Spoelstra, the Miami whole organization, the teams that specifically have an identity, I think have just had that in place for such a long time. So I'd love to see him, put up more effort than they did last year on defense, which I don't think is too much to ask. But I think that if you're just talking what the consistency is going to be, to me, it's versatility on offense. These 3 guards, there's Holmes, what he does on offense. I think Barnes has his nights, obviously Terrence Davis, Halliburton and all that. I think that, Fox is going to be the consistent one. And to me, it's going to be, Fox putting up his numbers, and you never know who else is going to give you 20 that night between, 3 or 4 different guys. So to me, it feels like a lot of versatility on offense and a lot of different ball handlers, penetrators, advantage creators is the identity more so than I hope they're better on defense. Obviously, I just don't see as, going from the worst defensive team of all time to all of a sudden your identity is your defensive focused.
Do you think they could be do you think they could be in the upper half versus the bottom half of defense, even if it's right at 15?
I think they can.
We saw them improve at the end of last year.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that people aren't like accounting enough the pieces they add at the end of the year, getting a whole offseason and getting acclimated. Yeah, they should be competent on defense, right? And I think the offense, the idea to me at least, is that the offense should be good enough that the defense being competent is fine, you know?
Mhm.
So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I think that I don't love the Rashawn Holmes fit because of the defensive end of the floor. Like, I think especially if you're going to run a 3-guard lineup, and I love having Holmes on the roster, but I think if you're running a 3-guard lineup, you really want to be pesky. You want to be in the ball. I think you want to be as annoying as possible, causing havoc and turnovers. And we all know how silly, if you're going to be really aggressive, you know, a guy's going to get past you a handful of times with an aggressive defense, that you would want somebody to clean up after you on the defensive end as a big man, you know, which is why I was a big like Miles Turner guy, for example.
Sure.
And Holmes coming back changes that. And I love the Holmes fit on offense, but I think on defense, it's going to be hard figuring out what's going to work.
Is it because of his size that you don't like?
Yeah, I just don't think that he has like great timing around the rim. You know, he's pretty foul prone. I think he does
Mm.
really good switching on the perimeter, and when he's in the right spot, I think he has decent verticality and things like that. But yeah, I mean, he's just not this like high level rim protector, even if he's, you know, good enough to be a starter in that aspect.
I think he has great instincts. That's the one thing that I've always liked about him on the defensive end is you know, because size always comes up because he's a 5. I always thought instinctually he was a really good defender on a team that was, well, as we know, god awful. He worked, and sometimes it didn't work, but he always worked on the defensive end. I wonder what it does look like if you spoke about a 3-guard lineup. If that 3-guard lineup is just for argument's sake in maybe a closing game situation or something like that, it's De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Davion in some way, shape, or form. I think Rashawn Holmes could work down there. I'm not ignoring the fault of his size there.
Yeah, I definitely don't dislike Rashawn Holmes or anything like that. I think Holmes is your best option as center. I just think like if you're building an ideal lineup around Fox Halliburton and say Davion as well, or even just Fox Halliburton, like I don't think Holmes is the perfect center there. But
Sure.
I mean, how often are you actually getting the perfect guy? You know,
Mhm.
what do you think the identity of this team is?
Well, that's what I as we worked through that in our previous conversation a couple of minutes ago. I was workshopping the pieces right here live on the air, just trying to figure out like if the coaches you're bringing in are defensive minded, right? Like Mike they brought in yesterday, Doug. These guys are defensive minded. We're seeing what Bobby's doing. Davion, we know what he is. We know what Tyrese was last year, and we hope that he's even better this year. And I believe if Buddy Hield is on the roster this year, I think his role is going to change. To me, all signs are pointing towards they're obviously trying to correct the just horrifying defense that they were last year. And maybe this is the opportunity for Luke Walton to finally do what he set out to do 2 years ago and failed miserably when he said, we're going to have our defense dictate our offense. We're going to take the ball we're going to take the ball off the rim, or we're going to take the steal and we're going to push. We're going to push. We're going to still run. We're still going to be fast on the offensive end, but we're going to be fast not taking the ball out of the net and inbounding it. We're going to be fast because we got a defensive stop. Now, I think in Luke's perfect world, that's what it is. I think in most coaches' perfect world, that's what it is. It's just it's hard for me to piece this all together because we've tried to move Buddy since the trade deadline. Okay, well, I've asked the question. You look at this roster as it is, you move Buddy off of it, and I know I think Buddy's scoring ability is a bit over-exaggerated, but he can still score, and he has the potential to be an explosive scorer. If you take him off of this roster, where do the points come from? Or where does that explosive scoring capability come from?
I don't worry about it too much. Like I think other dudes can pick up the slack. I think Fox, up it to 27 a night. Like I think Halliburton can take a notable jump. I mean, I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on Halliburton because coming out of the draft, I view him as this, low ceiling. I think is kind of overstated as a label, but I do think that was thrown on Halliburton, and a lot of it just there wasn't that much self creation. But he showed flashes that last year, so I think there could be more of that from him. I think Terrence Davis can do it. I think Rashawn Holmes is giving you plenty on the offensive end. Harrison Barnes, some nights he's not really felt all too much, but he shows up. Like, I think that I trust really Fox and Halliburton to run the offense the majority of the times that they're out there. That to me, the complementary pieces should be more defensive focused and still competent on offense rather than vice versa. Just because I think I have a lot of trust in Fox and Halliburton to be the primary guys. And maybe that's an issue. Maybe there should be more creators. Like we're seeing Atlanta benefit from having a whole lot of creators on their roster. So maybe I'm flawed there, but that's the way I look at it. I think Fox, Halliburton, Holmes handles a lot of your offensive responsibility. And from there, I just want defensive difference makers, playmakers. And like you said, some of the defense leads in the offense, ideally, right?
Okay. Brenden Nunes at the Kings Herald with us here on D-Lo and KC. What about Harrison? I hear, obviously the 3-guard lineup is a popular talk of conversation amongst Kings fans. What about Harrison Barnes at the 4? The results weren't there last year in the, kind of the beaten down portion of the season, the beaten down roster portion of the season. But what do you think about Harrison being a regular contributor at the 4 position this year?
I'm kind of a subscriber to this whole positionless idea, or at least not like typical 1 to 5. It's more like guards, wings, forwards, center sort of thing. And I think when you're talking 3-4, ideally one of them is an on-ball stopper, right? Like to me, positions is mainly based on the defensive end of the floor. And I think ideally one of them's an on-ball stopper and the other one's a little bit more of a off-ball difference maker, someone that causes havoc, maybe a weak side rim protector sort of thing. And I think Barnes is a guy that right now you stick on ball. I don't think he's like great in a situation where you're throwing him on Kawhi, Paul George sort of thing, but I think he is your best option at that. So it doesn't make too big of a difference to me, 3 and 4, because I think most lineups in the league, like I don't see that much of a skill difference between those two guys. It doesn't feel like the 4 is that much slower than the 3 in today's NBA. So maybe there's a little bit of a step slower on Barnes that makes him more ideal as a 4, but I really think he works in either position and it doesn't make too big of a difference to me.
I felt like he really struggled in that spot last year. Now, of course, it might be because the roster was terribly hampered at the time, but still he was having, if memory serves me correctly, he was having a career year until he had to regularly play at that 4 position. And then all of a sudden we were seeing games where, Harrison was finishing the game with like 7 points. He was finishing like, and it's not like he was shooting poorly. It was just the shots weren't there for him. He wasn't involved in anything. And I don't necessarily want that. I don't want that to be the case again this year.
Yeah. Do you think that, it possibly had anything to do with Barnes just being a little discouraged by the defense they were rolling out every night? Like I felt like Fox and Barnes were the two guys where they really should be good defenders, but sometimes it just, wasn't max effort every single night. And I can't blame them that much with the way that the team was rolling it out, And so I felt like sometimes the way that Barnes went MIA was more, at least the way that I looked at it, a product of just kind of being discouraged. Do you think that could maybe been it?
For a lot of guys, yes. For Harrison, no. I won't discount anything. I look at the guys who were around him when he was at 4. That was probably a problem. Just the overall discombobulation of the roster and the team at that point where he had to regularly move to the 4 spot. I'm sure that all played a factor as well. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're live on the Odyssey app and 1320 AM in Northern California. And we've got your tickets right now to see WWE Raw at the Golden One Center, October 18th. Be caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320, and we'll get you all set up again. That's caller number 3, 916-349-1320. WWE Raw back at the Golden One Center, October 18th. Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald with us here as the Sacramento Kings will play for the Summer League Championship tonight against the Boston Celtics. Your heart's got to be torn a little bit. I know you're a Kings fan, you're a Celtics guy too, and I think above all else, just as basketball fans, we're hoping for a Peyton Pritchard versus Davion Mitchell matchup tonight, which we actually don't know if we're going to get yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think either way, at least Carson Edwards has been balling in summer league, and I think he's, one of those guys that it at least feels like a, kind of really good in G League, maybe not quite making a roster in the NBA type thing, but he's definitely a scorer putting up numbers. And I think that, a lot of people would be focused on Carson on offense or Peyton on offense and Davion on defense. And obviously I'm going to be focusing on that as well. But I think the other side of the ball is really interesting as well, because I think both of those guys are poor defenders. I'd like to see Davion take advantage of that. Because to me, selecting Davion at 9 with the obvious positional logjam, I would guess the front office thinks he has all-star upside, right? And they were drafting best player available. So I want to see that tonight if you have a favorable defensive matchup. But yeah, I guess I got a little bit of green in my heart from a little while ago, but I'm definitely full Kings now. So I'm rooting for Romeo Langford because a lot of people gave me a really hard time about him. But that's about it.
They got a lot of pro players on their team. They got a lot of guys who you're going to see during the 82 game season. And Carson Edwards is a guy who's around the team a lot. I think Carson's like a 3rd or 4th year player at this point. He's been in the league. It's been, difficult for him to catch on and get big minutes. I remember when the Marcus Smart shot rolled off the rim at the Golden One Center. I think Carson Edwards got some run in that particular game. If there's one more move for the Kings to make this year, before the season starts, what would you want it to be?
I think it's Ben Simmons. I don't know that the Kings can pull it off. Wow. I mean, for the reported Heald Bagley 3 first rounders sort of thing, I'm all in on that. I'm all in on that. I mean, personally, and this is probably why I don't make a good GM. Emotionally, I'm ready to move on from Buddy Bagley. I'm kind of over talking about it. They don't seem to be the most happy in Sacramento. Defense is a lot of the question marks of this team last year. Those are 2 guys that are mainly offensive focused. So again, maybe that's why I wouldn't make a good GM, but I'm kind of ready to move on from those guys anyways. I think Simmons is a ridiculous talent. He gets really ridiculed for the way that the playoffs ended last season, and I think deservedly so. But 24 years old, multiple time all-star, all defense. I think the talent's undeniable. He's shown some moments of being willing to shoot. I'm kind of interested by going from a really cruel media system in Philadelphia to what's kind of soft, and he'd be so praised in Sacramento, at least in comparison. Does that do maybe something? And even if it doesn't, the talent level of Ben Simmons is just way too intriguing to me, especially if you're talking Heald Bagley and a couple first-round picks. I mean, this guy was 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Where would you put him? Because I like Ben Simmons and I like the idea too. But what would the ideal lineup for the Sacramento Kings look like if Ben Simmons was on the roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think that your best lineup is Fox, Halliburton, Simmons, Barnes, and Holmes. And there's some questions with shooting in that, obviously. But I think you're a whole lot better on the defensive end of the floor with Simmons there compared to Bagley, Harkless, anything like that. So, I mean, I think that you make up for some of the offensive deficiencies with ideally more transition opportunities by getting stops. But to me, I just don't, I think you have to figure that out. I think that's still going to be a question mark. But to me, if that talent's available and it seems like Simmons is not trying to go back to camp, maybe that does end up happening. Reportedly they're just waiting on a Lillard availability sort of thing. Which I mean, shoot, I don't blame him.
Waiting.
Yeah, right. But I think for reported Heald Bagley couple firsts, it's just such a talent upgrade that I get the fit questions on the offensive end, but to me, you acquire that talent, you figure it out.
Okay. I like it a lot. And I like you. I like your work. King's Pulse podcast, and the tremendous stuff you do over there on the King's Herald. Brenden Nunes. Brenden, we appreciate you joining us, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Appreciate you, man. I like your work too. Keep it up.
All right, I appreciate you, man. That's the Heartbreak Kid. Brenden Nunes right there again. Check out all of his great stuff over there on the King's Herald. Yeah, what Ben Simmons, I do love that Brenden pointed this out, and it is fascinating to think about, because you hear this all the time that the Philadelphia 76ers, yeah, they're holding out for Dame Lillard. Okay. Good luck with that, guys. Let us know how that goes in like 6 months, because Dame's not being traded. I mean, come on, man. The regular season legitimately starts like 2 months from what's today? Tuesday? 2 months from Thursday. The regular season starts. Dame Lillard is not being traded. Dame Lillard's not all of a sudden going to get this firm stance. Okay, Portland, free agency's come and gone, drafts come and gone, get me out of here. I don't think that's happening. I don't know why Dame reacted the way that he did. I don't know if cooler heads prevailed. I don't know if he was waiting to see what the Portland Trailblazers were going to do. I don't know none of that. But ultimately what it resulted in is nothing. And I do kind of think that Portland took an L this offseason. I don't think Portland, if Portland was trying to, it's almost like Portland was trying to call Dame's bluff, because I don't really feel like they did anything. They didn't do anything. I mean, they certainly didn't do anything where Dame Lillard goes, aha, I'm here. I love it. No, that didn't happen. Which doesn't this feel like the most Daryl Morey thing ever? Oh, he's holding out for Dame Lillard. No, for real. Oh, okay. Good luck with that. Just hold out for LeBron too. See what happens. Hey, hold out for Zion while you're at it. Just hold out for everybody. Maybe you'll get lucky on one of these. And the fact is, does Portland look at this? This is the other side of this. Does Portland look at Philadelphia and go, yeah, we want Ben Simmons in return? It's amazing in you know the way sports are. Like, you got your phone in front of you. In a split second, a push notification could pop up from Bleacher Report or from Twitter, or from The Athletic, or whatever your sports news site is, from the Odyssey app, from ESPN 1320. And it could change the story of the whole day. Just immediately, it's a new story. Well, it's funny to think that Daryl Morey's out there trying to hold out for Ben Simmons. Meanwhile, everyone's still looking at Ben Simmons like, you're the dude that didn't shoot in the postseason. He's trying to hold out for the right deal. He's trying to hold out for this, like these Golden State Warrior deals, these Toronto Raptors deals that we heard about. That's what Daryl Morey is aiming for. Meanwhile, all of these news cycles that have popped up, all of these different stories that have popped up, all of these different NBA stories, the Russell Westbrook to Los Angeles story, the fact that we've got opening day games announced, the fact that we've got Christmas Day games announced, the fact that the draft is coming on, free agency is coming on. None of that has been able to eliminate the fact that Ben Simmons stunk the last time we saw him. Hell, training camp is underway. We've gotten our first look at rookie quarterbacks. We've seen Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Trevor Lawrence. We've got drama with Deshaun Watson. We've got all of these different stories. We've got baseball headed into pennant races. And still, the Olympics have come and gone. And yet still, not a single soul has forgotten how bad Ben Simmons was the last time we saw him. The news cycle is so quick, and the next push notification could knock a story out of the top of the cycle. Could knock a story out of the little ticker when you're watching ESPN. But not Ben Simmons. It's like Ben Simmons has gotten a permanent spot in everyone's memory because his performance was that bad. And I also think there's like a slight tinge to maybe he doesn't come across as the most likable guy. I mean, I don't know. I've told you, I've said before, I feel like he kind of comes across as indifferent. Maybe he doesn't love basketball. Maybe he's indifferent to the whole process. No pun intended with Philadelphia. And I don't think that helps this story. But it's like you could talk about 50 things and then bring Ben Simmons up, and everybody will immediately remember how badly Ben Simmons played in the playoffs. Normally, it's time heals all wounds. Not this one. And I don't know how much Ben Simmons is committed to not playing in Philadelphia. But unless dude is planning to, like, not play, period, he might just have to tuck his tail between his legs and go to camp. And play well. You know, bust his ass, up his value, I guess. I mean, he's got to do something. Because so far, it ain't working. He's just still there as the guy who played poorly in the playoffs. So every time he comes up in trade proposals, the Golden State Warriors thing is laughable. The Toronto Raptors trade proposal was laughable. And now you're saying, well, I don't know what the pathway is for the Sacramento Kings to get him outside of Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox or De'Aaron Fox. Pfft, please. They're not getting that caliber of a player from anyone. They sure as hell ain't getting it from the Sacramento Kings. So the fact that Daryl Morey is sitting around hoping that Dame Lillard becomes available is comical. And Daryl Morey, along with David Griffin, are starting to look real funny. Oh, because hey, Daryl Morey deserves credit. That Rockets team went to the playoffs for a long time. I'll give Daryl Morey credit for this, and maybe this is what he's doing with the Ben Simmons deal. He's going for it. He aimed big every time. He took a spectacular swing and missed. Did it with Chris Paul. Did it with Russell Westbrook. Now he's trying to do it with Ben Simmons. But watching how many pitches he's missing, he's starting to look funny. And Griff right now just looks terrible at his job. We've long joked that LeBron James has been the general manager of every team that he's been on. You know, it very well may have been true. The Philadelphia 76ers did make some news today, but it doesn't pertain to Ben Simmons. It pertains to Joel Embiid. We'll discuss that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Oh, okay. All right. No problem. No problem. Chris Mattis. Oh, okay, cool. Right on, Chris. It's good stuff. Give him a shout out when we get back. Let's see. What's up, NBA Rigged? How do you like Metu this season? How many minutes would you give him if you were the coach? I do like Metu. Obviously, we love Metu here on this show. His time will probably be, limited. Again, it's so weird with, I know we've got our eyes on like Bagley and Buddy and all of that. I've got more eyes on like Tristan Thompson too. Is he the fit like this? Does he work? I really do like Chimezie, and I think he offers some good things. I don't know how many minutes he's getting over those guys. I mean, as much as I like Metu and the whole Freeport movement, Alex Lynn and Tristan Thompson are a bit more established than he is. But I would like to see him get regular minutes. I just don't think those minutes rarely creep into the double digits or much higher than that. Yeah. But I'm a Metu fan, and I think he's shown a lot of promise. Let's see. Ryan, hate you for getting sorry, man. Sorry, Ryan. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. That'll be a fascinating story to watch moving forward, is what's gonna happen with him. Appreciate you. Yes, indeed. One down. Kyle will join me in an hour. But yeah, one down, and we'll keep it rolling. Let's see. Moore and McNair both know you need at least 2 stars. Yeah. That's I mean, yeah. If Simmons can like commit just as much as he was committed last year, like I think Philadelphia is going to be fine. If that dissension just sits there, he might not. I mean, this team could fall back a little bit. Whoa. Young Kobe just admitted he's a gimmick. That's what I'm reading. Just kidding, Young Kobe. Don't get all hot at me. Oh, we're going. Where we go? Oh, Lord. Don't start that. Don't start that, Kobe. Okay, David. That's mean. That's mean. I mean, not entirely inaccurate. Y'all are funny, man. Y'all are wild. Oh, man. Y'all make me laugh. Oh, yep. Caps lock is here. Let's get it. Oh, man. That's good stuff. All right, we're coming back. Congratulations to the homie Chris. He won tickets to see WWE Raw, the Golden One Center, October 18th. Obviously, Chris is. I know Chiron is. We'll have another opportunity for you to win tickets, by the way, for WWE Raw tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We've got your opportunity all week. If you want to get in on the phone lines, jump in on the conversation, you can, 916-349-1320. If you're more of a text guy, hit us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. I was asked on Twitter the other day if we had a text line. It's like, well, no, we don't really need one. We have the chat on Twitch and YouTube, which is real-time reaction to what we're talking about. And then we also got Twitter at D1KC and at ESPN1320. Like, if you want to get a hold of us, you can absolutely get a hold of us. Now, I was about to ask you, we know Chris is ready. We know Chiron is ready. Chiron won these tickets yesterday to go to WWE Raw. But are y'all ready to go back to these big events where the arenas are full? Genuinely curious. Not every arena has guidelines, and we'll talk about what the Raiders are doing coming up here in just a few minutes. Should mention too, Kyle Matson's going to join me in about an hour. He's going to do that every day this week. He's going to join me the second half of each show. But I'm just curious as we'll get to, the Raiders story and what's going on in Las Vegas here in a little bit. But I'm curious if y'all are ready to go back to, because the California Classic wasn't like packed. In fact, I'd go so far as to say like it wasn't packed. Like there were people there, and probably a fair number of people there, but it wasn't. It wasn't what it was when the California Classic debuted. It wasn't what it would be under normal circumstances. Like, are y'all ready to go back regardless of like mandates to get in? Are you ready to go back if the Golden One Center continues to operate on the honor system? And it's just genuine, curiosity. I told you when we went to Atlanta, we went to the Promised Land for the Sovereign Brands party, that it never felt like there were a lot of people, but we were outside and the estate is just so enormous. It never felt like we were around a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, you weren't shoulder to shoulder with anybody. Again, you were outside. It was completely comfortable. It was never, and I was very, I was very aware of the fact that I was in Georgia and how Georgia feels about the current state of the country. But I never felt like I'm in an uncomfortable position. I've never felt like I'm like, oh, this is weird. It was actually stranger being at that brunch in London where there were significantly less people in a much smaller spot. And it was there was a moment, I think, where Kenny and I were kind of looking around like, oh, this is different. Just haven't done this in a while. And so it got me thinking that, as you're watching preseason games return and we've got summer league games and all of these different things. Like, I'm just wondering, we're giving away tickets to WWE. You see these wrestling events packed. It's a huge weekend for wrestling, by the way, with the big AEW show on Friday. All sorts of rumors about that, and SummerSlam in Las Vegas. I guess that's on Saturday, which is that right? SummerSlam is on Saturday. It's different, but okay, let's roll with it. It's packed, and it's great to see fans back, and it certainly brings back, from a television perspective, it's certainly like an atmosphere, like it's cool. But like I'm trying to think, like, yo, am I ready for that? I think I am. I don't think I have like anxiety over it or anything like that. It's just it's different. I would hope that the Golden One Center implements stronger mandates. I was reading a little bit about what the Raiders are doing, and this ain't an honor system. This is the real deal. And we read about, the Chase Center. I'm curious if these venues like really implement that stuff. We'll see. We'll see. The Philadelphia 76ers finalized a 4-year, or are finalizing a 4-year, $196 million Supermax contract extension for Joel Embiid. The extension will keep Joel Embiid under contract with the Sixers through the 26-27 season for a total of $261 million coming the big man's way. He played the final games of that playoff run with, like, I think it was like a torn meniscus or a partially torn meniscus or something like that. He was playing injured. That we know for sure. And he clearly, there's no questions about Joel Embiid. He is clearly the centerpiece of what the Philadelphia 76ers are trying to build. And I think that's the question, though. What are y'all trying to build? Well, because it seemed like you were married to the idea of Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. Those are your cornerstones, plural, cornerstones to your franchise. Now it feels like you've got a cornerstone, singular, in Joel Embiid, and you're holding out for Dame Lillard. Okay. Keep working on that. Here's a question. So much talk about Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons in Sacramento. Ben Simmons in Golden State. Ben Simmons in virtually every other franchise in the National Basketball Association. Can that relationship be salvaged? If it can, is this Philadelphia team a number 1 seed next year in the East? If it can't, can Ben Simmons just report to camp as if Doc Rivers didn't tell the entire planet that Ben Simmons can't be the point guard on a championship team? Does that work? Just show up like, hey, coach. Yeah, it's me, the guy who can't be the point guard on a championship team. Good to see you. Is he really not returning anyone's calls? What happened to the work? Wasn't Doc Rivers the one who says, yes, we're going to address this and we're going to address it the right way? Ben ain't even talking to y'all. It doesn't look like he's working out with Philadelphia. Looks like he's working out on his own. So all of that was lip service. Like, Joel got a little too, as my partner would say, got a little emotional. Joel got a little emotional. Rightfully so. He got a little emotional post-game. Doc Rivers got a little emotional post game. Now, whether they were right or they were wrong doesn't really matter. By all indications, they were right. By everything that we saw, they were right. But they had things to say about Ben Simmons passing up a dunk or a layup to make a pass. Didn't use, and that was Joel. Didn't call Ben Simmons by name. I thought the game changed when we had a play with a layup that we passed away from. Oh, we all know who you're talking about. And then Doc's the ones that, Joel, it's tough, but, that's tough. Doc's remarks are, I don't know how you walk those back. Legitimately asked if he could be the point guard on a championship team. And Doc was like, I don't know. I mean, he had rolled for Ben Simmons hard. And then he stopped. And I don't know how that gets fixed. And Portland's got to be laughing their ass off thinking, you waiting for Dame? Neil O'Shea might as well call Daryl and be like, look, man, I got too much respect for you to leave you hanging out to dry like this. You need to stop waiting. You might want to go mend your fences or wait on someone else. You might want to take that Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley deal. I don't know that you're going to get better than that. And realistically, when you look around the league, are they going to get better than that? Because what team is trading? We talk about this as it pertains to the Kings all the time. What deal is out there? There are people who are frustrated. The Kings didn't trade Buddy. You give Monty McNair a C minus or a C plus because he hasn't traded Buddy and he hasn't traded Bagley. We ask all the time, well, what's the deal to be made out there? There was one, and I think it was a damn good one. Didn't involve Bagley, but it involved Buddy. I think that was as good as it gets with the Los Angeles Lakers. Maybe there's something else out there. By the way, Patrick Beverley was traded again today. I guess Patrick Beverley is the new Trevor Ariza. Poor Patrick Beverley had just tweeted the Memphis Grizzlies motto yesterday, and now he's been traded to Minnesota. Now I got my eyes on Minnesota, too. Because Minnesota's another one of those teams, like New Orleans, that's behind. Or not behind, but I guess in Minnesota's case they are. New Orleans is same as Sacramento. So I'm watching everything that they do closely, and I'm trying to determine, is this team any better? To me, Minnesota's roster is a lot like Sacramento's, where you look at it and you go, why do they stink? Like, why isn't Minnesota good? Like, I don't think the Kings roster is terrible. They have good players on there. And I think people around the league, we've learned this by the way that they talk about Buddy Hield. They look at the Kings and go, hey, Tyrese Halliburton, good draft pick. Buddy Hield, he's second to Steph Curry. And you got De'Aaron Fox. Like, why is this team so bad? People look at Minnesota like that. You got Karl Anthony. You got number one draft pick after number one draft pick after number one draft pick. Oh, you got deloading. You got Karl Anthony Towns, you got a coach that was coveted and all of these different things. Okay. I think people look at them and go, why do they continually stink? Oh, now they got the new ownership involved. Alex Rodriguez and this whole different group. Did you see Alex Rodriguez? I heard the soundbite of Alex Rodriguez saying the Los Angeles Dodgers are the New York Yankees of baseball. And I didn't hear the clip in its entirety. Like, it cut out right there. The Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees of baseball. I can't figure out what he was trying to say. I don't know if he was trying to say the Los Angeles Dodgers are the New York Yankees of the National League. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do, but as someone who speaks for a living and screws up all of the time, I try not to, make fun of him too much for that. But I did spend far too much time last night trying to figure out what he was trying to say. And the only conclusion I came to is he was trying to say the Los Angeles Dodgers are maybe he was just trying to say the Los Angeles Dodgers are now just like the New York Yankees. Or maybe he was trying to say they're like the New York Yankees of the National League, as opposed to saying the Dodgers are like the Yankees of baseball, because that doesn't work. But Alex Rodriguez is now part owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves. So that's going to get them a little bit more attention. Sexy ownership. Okay. I'm watching what they're doing. They acquired Patrick Beverley. I don't think New Orleans did anything to get better. I look around trying to figure out who are the Kings competing with. New Orleans don't move me. Hell, even if Zion gets better, what's that mean? Like, real talk, what's it mean? Because Zion, like, maybe quiet is kept. He was pretty damn good. It's just the team stunk. That's why we talk about Griff looking funny. I give him credit, I guess, partial credit. He turned the assignment in late, but at least he turned it in for firing Stan Van Gundy. And that's not a knock on Stan Van Gundy. I'm a fan, but I'm not a fan. Like, he shouldn't have been the coach. He never should have been the coach. That was the most when that story broke during the show. That was a perplexing ass hire. I thought a Van Gundy might get hired. I didn't think it was Stan. Not that I'm advocating. I think those guys' time are done. But that Stan Van Gundy hire for that Pelicans team was a disaster. It was a disaster before he ever stepped on the floor. It was a disaster the second Woj tweeted it. You got to be kidding me. What are you going to do with this? So, again, Griff gets partial credit for turning the assignment in late and moving on. But I don't know how much better that team got. And I go back to the James Ham remark. Would you trade Buddy Hield to Josh Hart and give them one of the assets, give them one of the things that they need the most in a shooter? Even if you think lowly of Buddy Hield as a shooter, don't give it to the Pelicans. It's a hard pass. Memphis is another team that I kind of look at and go, okay, Memphis is way better than I'll ever give them credit for. I don't know why that I can't buy into the Memphis Grizzlies. I have no clue why I can't buy into the Memphis Grizzlies. I just can't. I feel like when you're looking at Sacramento, you're talking about the Pelicans, the Timberwolves, the San Antonio Spurs. And that's really it going into the season. Like, that's who you're most focused on. At your best, maybe you could compete with the Memphis Grizzlies, or, the other scenario is, and this happens, it's going to happen, it happens every year, someone's going to get hurt. Certainly you don't root for those types of things, but it happens. It happens in basketball. It happens in all sports. Guys get hurt. Hell, we see it with Portland. Portland loses one of those guys for an extended period of time. Thankfully, it hasn't been Dame. They lose Dame, and nobody's hoping for that. But they lose Dame. They're a lottery team. You take them out. Because Yusuf Nurkic is going to miss time. CJ McCollum's probably going to miss some time. Those dudes can't survive without Dame. And they did nothing to change that this offseason. Of course, they were a 42-win team last year. So it's not like they were scraping. They were a 6th seed, for God's sakes. The Lakers were in the play-in game. The Trailblazers were not. So they're a team that's pretty, locked in, if all things are working. And they had guys that were healthy last year. The year before, the 2020 year, they didn't. I mean, there's so many what ifs. Had March 11th not happened, had the season suspension not have happened, would Portland have made it? Remember how bad Portland was struggling? Remember how bad Portland was struggling? And remember how bad Memphis was. Memphis had the rare combination of just being awful before the season suspension and then being equally as awful when the season restarted. Hell, even the Kings didn't have that. The Kings were good before the season suspension and awful when they got to Orlando. Oh, I remember when that schedule for Orlando came out. We were looking at it, and we were looking at San Antonio as if the Spurs were trash. Oh, you look at this schedule coming up. I think we had them at 2-0 before you get to this third game. They got a real shot. No, they lose to the Spurs right out the gate. Then they lose again and again. I think the only team that they wound up beating, I think they beat the Pelicans a couple of times. But it didn't matter because the Pelicans were eliminated too. Oh, we were so high on that team entering the bubble because those are great what ifs. Those are the great what ifs of the 2020 season. How would that have all have played out? Would the Lakers have wound up winning the title? Would the Kings actually have made a playoff push? Because Memphis was disintegrating. Portland wasn't healthy. Now, the caveat to that is, had March 11th not happened, had COVID never existed, there'd be no play-in tournament either. So those extra teams wouldn't have been there. What ultimately got Portland to the playoffs that year wouldn't have happened. You would have had to have relied on Memphis. And all signs were that it was happening. Memphis was falling away. That game that was canceled, I mean, that was the biggest game that the Kings were a part of or were going to be a part of in a really long time. Because the Pelicans were okay. They were like they were there, but they weren't super impressive. They had kind of scratched and clawed and maintained some relevancy. Everyone was waiting for the big push, and here we are, a year later, still waiting for New Orleans' big push. It's just not happening. But that was the definitive game. Will the Kings have a real chance at making the playoffs? We were going to find out that night on ESPN. But COVID did happen. March 11th did happen. And a 4-month season suspension did happen. And it appears we're headed into our first 82-game season in 2 years. So what does this look like? What does this look like for the Kings? What does this look like for the Western Conference? Hell, Kyle and I spent time yesterday trying to figure out who the definitive favorite is for the Western Conference. There is no definitive favorite. Now there's betting favorites. Those have to do with money. Those are a little bit different. Obviously, everyone's going to have their eyes on the Los Angeles Lakers, partly because they're the Lakers, partly because of the additions that they made. I mean, people either think that that's going to be a massive success or a massive train wreck. Some people like Phoenix. Some people like Phoenix more than others. Was that a one-time thing? Was that lightning in a bottle? Can't catch it again. That's a one-time thing. Well, everybody's back. Like, literally, they got everybody back. Didn't they? Campaign signed? Obviously, they got Chris Paul. That was the most important thing they could do. Still got Aiden Mikal-Bridges. You still got all your important pieces. Why exactly can't Phoenix run it back? Don't like Utah, though. Not going to fool me into that again. 52-20 on the season. They could do that again. They could be 62-20 on the season. They'll be the Atlanta Hawks. They'll be the 60-win team that loses. I don't buy them, which is a shame. They got great play. Donovan Mitchell, great player. Boy, people started looking at Rudy Gobert funny. Good ball player, though. I think Quinn Snyder's a great coach. Never going to believe in them in the playoffs. All due respect to Michael Malone, I don't think I'm going to believe in the Nuggets in the playoffs. I think their whole season, you talk about a team that could take a step back. Remember, Denver isn't new to this. Like, Denver has been ascending for a while. They've been up there as a team to watch in the Western Conference for a couple of years now. The one thing that could change my mind on Denver is the type of season that Michael Porter Jr. has. If Michael Porter Jr. emerges this season as a legitimate superstar, then I'll buy stock in the Denver Nuggets. Then I'll jump in on that. I believe in Michael Malone. I'm not a Nikola Jokic fan, but I recognize how great he is. And he is great. He's a tremendous ball player. He's very, very unique. It doesn't, they don't move me. Kyle asked me yesterday, can he be the best player on a championship team? No, I don't think so. Hell, didn't he have like 50, 10, and 8 or something like in a game they lost? And that's not a knock on Jokic. Maybe that's just the team. If Michael Porter Jr. emerges as a legitimate superstar, you got me. You got my attention. The Denver Nuggets have my attention. Dallas has something to prove this year. They've got all of that stuff that popped up in The Athletic that was followed by a round of firings and resignations, along with a Luka Doncic extension, all on the heels of early playoff exits. Is Dallas an injury away from being out of the playoff conversation? You got superstars on that team. You got guys that make or break franchises. Hell, Denver wasn't, Nikola Jokic was playing. He just was out of shape the year before. No one bought Denver that year. They bought Denver a little bit more last year. Are you going to buy Denver again? Is Denver in the you got to prove it to me now mode? And at what point does the national media turn on Luka Doncic? Like, hey, Luka's cool. He just keeps getting eliminated in the first round. Now, they don't do it for everybody. The national media doesn't turn on every player that gets eliminated early in the playoffs, because they certainly don't do it with my man in Portland. They did it with a recently acquired Los Angeles Laker, but they never did it to the guy in Portland. Will they do that to Luka Doncic if Dallas loses in the first round this year? ABC has a premiere tomorrow night. I don't think I could watch it. I'll be honest with you. I keep seeing the commercials on ESPN, and it's like, man, I don't know that I could sit through that. I'll let you know what that is. And Brian Baldinger joined our friends over at the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What he said about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance that I think you should hear. That's all coming up on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Black Bottles. Ben, I'm in here by myself, fam. I gave you a shout out, man. I was trying to tell everybody at the start of the show how important you and Brett are and have been for D'Lo and KC. So I'm glad you jumped in here today. KC's on vacation this week. He's off this week, man. He'll be back. He'll be back tomorrow. No, tomorrow. What the fuck am I talking about? He'll be back Monday. Dummy. Yeah, Casey will be back Monday, man. He needed to take some time off. He deserved some time off, as we're a year into this thing, and he's taking his first days off, man. So he'll be back Monday, though. Gearing up for football season. What music is in your jukebox? Well, I don't have a jukebox, but I get the idea of the question. Do really everything, man. It kind of depends. Like, if you look at my playlist on my phone, like, they touch on everything. I have old school playlists. I don't really have current music playlists. I usually just go to like the Apple, like today's hip hop or today's new music. Like, that's how I keep caught up on current stuff, is I just go to those playlists, usually on a Friday or a Saturday when the new records drop, but I rarely add those to my playlist. But if you look at mine, they're a mix of like new jack records, like 90s R&B records. I got a ton of slow. I'm an R&B guy. Like, as much as I love hip hop, I'm an R&B guy. By the way, August 11th was the birthday of hip hop. And we talked about that here on the show. And I was like, where do we tracing this back to? Well, it traces back to a party that DJ Kool Herc threw. And so as I was reading about that, I had this idea. 2 years in the making. But D'Lo and KC, my hand to God, y'all need to hold me accountable for this. 2 years in the making. D'Lo and KC are going to do a massive 50th year celebration of hip hop on this show. August 11th, 2 years from now, is a Friday. I already looked it up. A massive, massive celebration of the 50th year of hip hop. So mark that down. Hold me accountable to it. I've already started to formulate ideas, people who we could have on the show, things we could pre-tape. Like I've already workshopped this entire thing in my head. 2 years from 2 years from now, we're gonna have a massive 50th anniversary celebration of hip hop. I've been thinking about that for days. You guys are having your own individual conversation. I was trying to figure out what it was. Okay, stop that, Kobe. Stop that craziness. I'm talking about going back to like DJ Herc and Grandmaster Flash and African Bombata and telling the story of how hip hop came to be. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yep. Oh man. I don't know, Marcus. So happy that you are here hanging out with us. No, Kenny Caraway to wait. Let's start over. 3, 2, 1. So happy that you are here with us. No Kenny Caraway today. He's on vacation, some much deserved time off, but he'll be back on the air on Monday. Kyle Matson will join me in just about 30 minutes or so. A lot to talk to him about. I was telling the crew over here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 that on August 11th, we celebrated like hip hop had a birthday. It was like Hip Hop Appreciation Day. It's like, I kind of like looked into that. Like, how do we determine like the birth of hip hop? Like, and I knew it had something to do with, DJ Kool Herc, but I was trying to figure out, did they just trace hip hop back to the day he threw a party? And like, if you don't know the origins of hip hop, that's how it started. It started at house parties with, a multiple records set up and break beats. And, there's long stories to be told right there. And the fact is, yes, that's exactly what they did. They traced it back to a summer party that DJ Kool Herc was the DJ for. And it dawned on me that day, August 11th, a couple of days ago, 6 days ago, it was 48 years, which means the 50th anniversary of hip hop is coming up in 2 years. And I committed to everybody on Twitch and now in YouTube, and I'm going to commit to everybody listening to this program right now. We're going to do a massive hip hop celebration leading into August 11th, 2023. I'm already planning it. 2 years from now, the 50th anniversary of hip hop, we are going to do something that has never been done. And I'm putting it out there because y'all are going to hold me accountable to it. And I've started to formulate ideas, figure out people who we could reach out to. Like it's going to be dope. Like I'm excited for it already. It's freaking 2 years away, and I'm already excited for it. I'll tell you one thing that I just don't know how to feel about it is they keep airing this promo for a show called Superstar, Kobe Bryant, that's going to air on ABC tomorrow night. And the first thing I thought of is, why didn't they wait a week? You could have aired it 1 week from today. I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure there's a television reason and a ratings reason and all of those different things. But I mean, 1 week from today is 8/24, literally Kobe Day. But the promo starts with like a shot of the fog and someone talking about like, I had never seen it so foggy. I don't know that I know they're trying to tell the story. I know they're going to tell the story. Matt Barnes is a part of it. Like there's they've got big names a part of this. But man, every time I see that promo, I just like get stuck. Like, I don't know if I don't know if I'm ready to watch this. It's still weird to think that Kobe is dead. It's still weird to think like Kobe and his young daughter died in a helicopter crash. Like, that's insane. And you could trace all the problems of the world back to the day Kobe died, because COVID was ramping up. It accelerates. It goes nuts. That happens in January. The celebration happens on 2/24 in Los Angeles. The life celebration happens on 2/24 in Los Angeles. And then a couple of weeks later, the world is shut down. Or at least the country is shut down. Certainly the state of California is shut down. Maybe not all of the states are. California sure was. It's still, it like every time I see that, it's like, oh yeah, Kobe's not here. I'm sure I'll watch it, but y'all know, and I've made this, I have absolutely no embarrassment about this. I am an emotional baby. Like, I am a giant ass baby. So those types of shows are tough. Those are tough watches, especially with things that still become like, they're just still still weird to process. But still one of the weirdest days. Like, looking at your phone, seeing Kobe Bryant, 40 or whatever it said, dies in a helicopter crash. What the hell is that? It's not real. That's not real life. So to see the opening image of that, the opening image of that trailer or commercial, being, I've never seen the fog so thick. Like, damn. Okay. Because then it starts like, it becomes like sad to like angering. Was this preventable? I don't know, man. Not to be a downer. I keep seeing that commercial. Like, if you watch ESPN we're watching the Summer League Championship tonight, you're going to see that commercial 10 times. But that is tomorrow. Here's some news. I did want to segue to some 49ers stuff. Obviously, I like to talk more 49ers when Kyle Madsen joins us coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. But it's been reported and confirmed by multiple different sources. Josh Rosen was informed of his release. Oh, maybe Kenny knew this was coming, and this is why he took the week off. Maybe he suspected this. Kenny is a Josh Rosen fan. I believe he refers to him as the Rosen one. Oh, it all makes sense why he chose this week to take off. He's mourning Josh Rosen being waived by the San Francisco 49ers. That is kind of surprising, I guess. Or maybe it's not. Roster cuts had to be done today. Tim Tebow was cut. Thank goodness. That was going to become such a circus. I'm glad Urban Meyer dealt with that now as rosters need to be cut down a little bit. But yeah, Josh Rosen was informed of his release today. He did not take a snap at practice either of the past 2 days. He did play a little bit on Saturday. And then, of course, the people will remember the disastrous way that the season ended. Yeah, Josh Rosen is one that I'll just admit, my bad. I was very wrong on that. When Josh Rosen was coming out of school, I thought, yeah, that dude looks, of all the quarterbacks, you got to have all these stupid takes that make you sound smart. Of all the quarterbacks in the draft, I think Josh Rosen is the most pro ready. I thought he was good. And I guess you never believe what your eyes show you when and I do think, by the way, I think he got a raw deal in Arizona. I think he was drafted by a terrible general manager, a bad coach, a bad situation. But when he got shipped off to, was it Miami? Is that right, Jesse? Was it Miami that Josh Rosen went to? So I thought Josh Rosen had like the chance when you were looking at places for him to land. I thought Josh Rosen had a chance to be the starter in Miami. And when he didn't win that job, I thought, oh, okay, there's a problem here. And now he's just kind of bounced all over the place. I'm sure he'll find a spot as the season rolls along as a second or third string quarterback, maybe a practice squad quarterback or something along those lines. But Josh Rosen has been released by the San Francisco 49ers as roster cuts are happening today. There is some Trent Williams missed practice today. Second practice in a row. He missed yesterday's practice. He got a little dinged up. It was made out to not be a very big deal, but apparently his knee is swollen a little bit. So they held him out of practice. And I get guys got to practice. Man, I'd be really kidding. Football is just so tough, and there's no telling the way this sport is. Guys get hurt. Guys could get hurt in the most protected of situations. Guys could get hurt in, wild, all out 100% drill situations. But man, you can't have Trent Williams hurt. He absolutely cannot be hurt. The 49ers can't start the season with injuries. They just cannot. Not after what they went through last year, because it's already going to create that sense of nervousness. It's already going to create that sense of angst. They've got to start the season at least with their Trent Williams, with their main guys, with their pillars, with their cornerstones, if you will. They've got to be healthy. Trent Williams has to be healthy. Jimmy Garoppolo has to be healthy. George Kittle's got to be healthy. Nick Bosa's got to be healthy. They all got to be on the field week 1. We can't have any training camp injuries here. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. No Kenny Caraway today, though. He'll be back with me on Monday. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Kyle Matson will join me for the second half of the show. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, he's wrapping up his duties over there at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. And speaking of, Odyssey Sports insider Brian Baldinger joins our friend over at the Morning Roast today. And he talked about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance and how it's pretty clear the direction the San Francisco 49ers are going.
Well, they're going to need both quarterbacks, period. I mean, nobody's like Trey Lance isn't winning this job in the next 2 weeks. So, I mean, I just think that's kind of a reach to even think that that's possible. I think they're going to give him enough that I think he's going to be on the field week 1 for the 49ers. I've said that from the beginning, that there's going to be a package for Trey Lance. He's too big. He's too good of a runner for a team that likes to run the football. I think that there'll be packages for Trey Lance, but I think Jimmy Garoppolo, you're not going to over-evaluate anybody on one series of plays. I mean, even Patrick Mahomes on the other side, you're not going to over-evaluate anybody. It's foolish to kind of do it. I mean, there's too many things at work here, too many things that they've got to work on in order to get where they want to get to. And it's a long season. So I think you got to develop both guys to a degree. But I believe this is Jimmy's team right now. I think let's put the starters out there. Let's put Debo and, the tight end. Let's get them all in, the left tackle and the center. Let's put them all out there. And, let's try to make some kind of an evaluation.
I think that's a good point by Brian Baldinger right there. Again, that sound courtesy of the Morning Roast at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. I think that's a good point by Baldy right there, in that we evaluated so much of Jimmy Garoppolo on last year, which felt like such a discombobulated season. Now, to be fair, he's talking about getting the starters out there. Basically, the proclamation that I just made is that the 49ers can't start this season with injuries, any injuries at all. Not to George Kittle, not to Trent Williams, not to Nick Bosa. No one. They can't start the season with injuries to any of the pillars of their team, to any of the cornerstones of their team. And we judge so much of Jimmy Garoppolo on last year. We believe part of the reason that Justin Fields was selected was because of, one, Jimmy Garoppolo's performance last year, and Kings fans are aware of with another player, Jimmy Garoppolo's lack of availability last year. Would the season have been different? All things the same. Would the season have been different for the San Francisco 49ers if Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy? Again, everything else the same. All of the stuff with the running backs, all of the stuff with, Raheem Mostert in and out of the lineup, Tevin Coleman in and out of the lineup, George Kittle in and out of the lineup, Bosa out for the year, Solomon Thomas out for all of that stuff. All of that the same, but Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy. Is the season different? If so, how much different? Now, I'm not asking you if the San Francisco 49ers are a Super Bowl team. I'm not asking you if they're going back to the NFC Championship. Are they competing in the final 2 weeks of the season for a playoff spot? Are they a playoff team? If Jimmy G and no one else is healthy, like although the other injuries are the same, except for Jimmy's. Jimmy's the one who stays healthy. And I think that's a great kind of unknown because, again, with the exception of Ben Simmons, we all have short memories. And we focus on last year, and we focus on his lack of availability last year, and we focus on the fact that when he was available, he was okay. He's not a horrible quarterback, but he was okay. But if you remember the year before, the 49ers go to the freaking Super Bowl. And you've got people who believe that the 49ers got to the Super Bowl. And this is real time. This isn't revisionist history, like in the moment. I remember doing Sports Extra with Marshall Harris and Sarah Hodges on a regular basis, where the conversation was of the 49ers, as good as they are, getting to where they're going, in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, it felt like, whether it was the organization or whether it was fans or whether it was media, it felt like no one ever really wrapped their arms around Jimmy Garoppolo. And that was an important year for him because it felt like, man, he got a lot to prove. Because he's been injured. Like, things just haven't really clicked for him. He's got this big contract extension. Like, this has to work. Like, it's not optional. And it worked. And it was still like dismissed. It was like, oh, yeah. I mean, it worked, but I mean, like, come on. It worked, but look how good this running game was. Yeah. No, it worked, but look how good the defense was. It was like, yeah, it worked, but. We kept coming up with excuses as to why Jimmy Garoppolo, why we weren't seeing what we were actually seeing. So you go back to what Baldy was talking about there on that clip, and it's like, okay, Jimmy Garoppolo gives you a good chance. Like, let's get him out there with the starting line and the starting tight end and the starting, centers and running backs and starting defense and all that different things. Like, okay, that's fine. And I do believe that you can win games that way because I believe this 49ers team, with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback, is extremely talented. But we saw that 2 years ago when the 49ers went to the Super Bowl. And we still saw Jimmy Garoppolo being diminished. Yeah, but. No, the 49ers are good, but, like, come on. Look at the running game. It's Kyle Shanahan. He's a genius. Young Shanny, Kenny calls him. Oh, he's such a smart coach. Oh, he's so great. Okay. But it's different this time because now you have a backup quarterback that everybody wants to see. So imagine the 49ers are winning games similar to the way that they're winning them a couple of years ago. Reminder, Jimmy Garoppolo was not bad that year by any stretch of the imagination. He wasn't Rex Grossman or Dilfer, any of these guys who you look at and you go, oh, this crap quarterback got a team to a Super Bowl. Like, no, that is not even remotely close to what Jimmy Garoppolo was. But he also wasn't, thrown for 5,000 yards. He wasn't putting up gaudy numbers like Patrick Mahomes does or Drew Brees does or any of those other quarterbacks do. Which that's what we're used to. We're not used to like teams getting to the Super Bowl because their run game is really savvy. So now we've got now you got a quarterback who I really do think could potentially do the same exact thing. But now you've got a backup quarterback that you traded up for. You know you have the future of your franchise basically on the bench. You have the future of your franchise waiting. This isn't an Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love situation. Jimmy Garoppolo can't throw off the timeline. To steal a line from Karen there. I threw off the timeline. Gosh, they wanted to get rid of me. I messed it up for him by winning the MVP. That's not the... Jimmy Garoppolo could win the MVP and the Super Bowl. Girl, bye. Jimmy Garoppolo's done at the end of this year. There's he can't throw off the timeline. This is very much the Alex Smith situation. And it's not because Kyle Shanahan dislikes him so much. It's not because they can't wait to get rid of him. It's none of that. It's because they've signed Fred Warner to the deal that they signed him to. It's because having the cheaper quarterback, having the quarterback on the rookie pay scale allows you to sign Fred Warner. It allows you to sign Nick Bosa. It allows you to sign Trent Williams to those big money deals. It allows you to keep your Super Bowl team intact. And so for Jimmy Garoppolo to go off and have these MVP seasons, they can't re-sign him because the contract is astronomical. And then you just wasted draft capital and a draft pick on a guy you can't play. Now you very much are the Green Bay Packers, where you have a quarterback that you can't get rid of and a quarterback that you wasted a draft pick on. They're not going to wind up in that situation. Nothing Jimmy Garoppolo can do is going to make him the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers next year. The best thing he can do is earn a massive contract somewhere else, and that's not a bad thing. I don't know where that is, though. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo really does need to have a great season. He can't have like an average season or a good season. Like, he needs to have a great season. Because all of this stuff with Karen and Green Bay, like, that stuff is going to hit the fan again next year. So you have all of these teams that drafted quarterbacks this season, or excuse me, in this draft, this offseason. And now you've got Aaron Rodgers available, possibly, allegedly. And you got Jimmy Garoppolo available. And, oh, by the way, there's also that guy in Houston that's a big question mark this year and probably for another year. You also have my man in Seattle. Now, all is smooth right now in Seattle. And we're back to go Hawks. But it's already been pointed out. We've already started the conversation. Hell, we already got a list of teams. We got all those different things at one point from Russell Wilson. So now you're getting into a kind of a crowded market if you're Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, first and foremost, even though that's a trade, it's a potential destination for Jimmy Garoppolo. You probably need a first or second year quarterback to miserably fail, a la like Sam Darnold. Hell, it could be Sam Darnold. You need someone to miserably fail in that category, the one or 2 year quarterbacks. And then that opens things up more for Jimmy Garoppolo. Because what teams really need quarterbacks right now? The teams that needed quarterbacks desperately, I believe, addressed them during the draft. Now you got situations like what's going on with Indianapolis. Which, by the way, it isn't. Carson Wentz went from out like 5 to 12 weeks to Carson Wentz will be back like week 1. And I think that's where we're at right now. I think the plan is for Carson Wentz to play week 1. But I guess that's another question in and of itself. What if Carson Wentz fails? Like, what if Carson Wentz stinks? Is Indianapolis a landing spot? What about Matt Ryan? What about Matty Ice in Atlanta? Is there a spot there for one of the quarterbacks that's going to be on the market? I think Chicago's got their quarterback of the future. I think San Francisco's got their quarterback of the future. I think Jacksonville ain't giving up on their guy anytime soon. Who knows what the Jets are going to do? Maybe the Jets would give up on Zach Wilson after a year. We've seen him do it already. Sam Darnold. Who knows? But the market gets crowded if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't excel this year. We'll talk more about rookie quarterbacks, about Trey Lance, about Jimmy Garoppolo. Some other football notes. I mentioned what the Raiders are doing at the new stadium in Las Vegas. We'll share that from you. And the preseason top 25 came out for college football, and it's stunning. It's very much sarcastic. It's not stunning. There's nothing surprising in it at all. Absolutely nothing. We'll let you know what that is. And Kyle Matson joins me as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What on earth is happening here? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's see what this is. Oh, we got a new background here. There he is.
Yeah, there we go.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? These are my pictures of my friends and family.
I like it. I don't see. I'm not in
No, I
any
said
of
friends.
those. Oh.
Yes.
Sorry. I get it. That's fine.
I
That's
see.
fine. Oh no, your internet is acting up. I think your internet just quit on you because of that joke. That's what you get. You deserve
Am I
that.
back?
Like you have Kenny's internet.
Oh no.
Yep.
Am I back now?
You're back.
Okay. Let me disconnect everything from my internet.
Yeah, but I think it was because of that joke you made.
That's fine.
Okay. How's it going?
Good, I think.
Yeah.
I hope.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh, I got to see what John tagged me in. He said it's a tweet that's going to make my head explode. So that's fun.
Uh-oh.
Yep. I am tagging this just to see his reaction on air. Is Jokic the most disrespected pro sports MVP of all time?
It's a great question.
Richard J. Atkins, go F all the way off. Stop it.
He didn't.
Stop it.
The Nuggets not playing on Christmas Day.
Oh, buddy, I'm concerned. You're not going to make it today.
Oh no.
Yeah, you keep cutting up. Yeah, like you're the place that you're frozen right now is pretty spectacular.
Oh boy.
Oh, it cleaned up. There it is. We'll give it a shot.
Do you
We'll
want me to quit now?
You want
Not quit, like try and restart?
Yeah, try that. Yeah, try
okay,
that.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oh, John, that's Jesus, dude. There's not even like an accompanying article with this. It's like he just had this thought and was like, I'm going to tweet this. Contributor of Keeping It Heel. Well, that explains it. He's a heel, all right. That is comedy. No, man. Dude, he won an MVP and the national media just freaking loved him. Give me a break. And what is Poker Pro talking about? If you see his prices on NBA Top Shot, then the answer is yes. I mean, it's just not a collectible, Poker Pro. Poker Pro made some money doing that Top Shot stuff. I don't really know how that stuff works, man. Oh, man. Kyle got Kenny's internet. I'm booting Kyle the first time he freezes on the air. Oh, Leezy, you made some bread too? Okay. One thing I really do love about some of you is, the things that like agitate me, and credit to my man John Bull, who tagged me in a tweet that says I'm tagging Damien Barling in this just to see his reaction on the air when he reads this. And the tweet says, "Is Jokic the most disrespected pro sports MVP of all time?" Like, stop. Y'all wrote about him, and this is this is a brother who works for Keeping It Heel at Fansided, and he does a sports podcast. And I thought there was like an accompanying article with this. Like, no, he's just asking the question, bruh. Stop this. That's silly. Y'all wrote about him being the MVP for like 2 freaking years. Finally gave it to him. He had a tremendous season. Okay. Keep it moving. What are you talking about? The most disrespected MVP. Some random guy on Twitter wrote this. John tags me in it, and I'm spending time on this show talking about it. But that's John. Y'all know what gets my attention. And that goofy nonsense gets my attention. As does Kyle Matson's internet connection, who Kyle decided to pay tribute to Kenny Caraway with Kenny out this week and have a terrible internet connection. So he reset everything, and he joins me now.
Okay. Live show.
There it is. Appreciate you being here, my friend, as always.
Okay, Lake Show.
There it is. All right. Kyle Matson with me here now. So I'll ask you the question we're talking about. Is Nikola Jokic the most disrespected pro sports MVP of all time?
Man.
More at 11.
Yeah, more. I do think it's interesting that the Nuggets and the reigning MVP aren't on Christmas Day. That's kind of wild.
So that I guess that's worth pointing out. They do got some opening week games though. I mean, the season starts with the Nets at the Bucks, that's cold. That's mean.
Why?
Brooklyn missed the finals by a toenail. Kevin Durant's toenail kept them from being in the NBA Finals.
Well, hopefully he worked on that this offseason.
I hope that he did. It's a doubleheader. The season is 2 months from Thursday, which is crazy to think about. October 19th. It's the Brooklyn Nets at the Milwaukee Bucks, followed by the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. No real surprise there. The Russell Westbrook versus Golden State Warrior fan base rivalry renews on opening night, this time with him in a Lakers uniform.
Can't wait for that.
Other games starting that opening week, the Celtics at the Knicks, the Nuggets at the Suns, the Mavericks at the Hawks, the Clippers at the Warriors, and the Friday night slate of the Brooklyn Nets at the 76ers and the Suns at the Lakers. So lots of Suns, lots of Nets, lots of Lakers there that opening week. We'll go over the Christmas Day games coming up here as the show rolls along. A couple of quick hits, Kyle, before we dive back into some 49er stuff. I want to get your thoughts and opinions on. The Deshaun Watson situation isn't getting any better, and I want to make clear for those who are new to the program, the Deshaun Watson situation means the football player. We do not discuss any other Deshaun Watson situations on the show. We put them in a box, and we put that box off in the attic. We don't talk about them. Trevor Bauer, he's in the box. Don't care. Not our problem. Richard Sherman's issues off the football field, in the box, put away. Not our problem. But the football situation with Deshaun Watson, he left the field on Friday and looked at the cameras and says, something along the lines of, I don't know why you guys keep filming me. It's the same effing thing every day.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been at practice since. I guess things are a little bit different this time around. But I don't know how this situation ends, but it's not getting any better for anyone.
No, that organization was a clown show before Bill O'Brien left. And then Bill O'Brien left, and it's somehow gotten worse.
Which is amazing.
Right.
Because he is the ringleader of the clown show, in my opinion.
So the fact that I was shocked that Deshaun Watson showed up at all. It's not a surprise that he's not just going to keep going out there because he wasn't practicing. It's not like he was the number one QB in team drills or anything like that. He was going out there to be filmed by TV cameras and then go home.
Mm-hmm.
So he has enough money. He can eat the fine and not be worried about, people filming it. Or he might have talked to the Texans and said, look, I'm not doing anything out there. I'm a distraction. I'm going to stay home. Which is the right thing to do.
I don't know what the right thing to do in this situation is. He doesn't want to be there. And I'm now firmly of the belief the Texans don't want him there anymore.
Right.
And there's probably a deeper story that we'll dive into at a later date and time when some other issues are sorted out. But I don't know how this marriage, because of this other situation hanging over Deshaun Watson's head, and the fact that the draft has come and gone and teams that were in need of quarterbacks may not be in need of quarterbacks anymore. I don't know what you do now. I don't know what you do if you're the Texans, and I don't know what you do if you're Deshaun Watson.
I think that if you're Deshaun Watson, you do everything you can to disappear for now. Because I think the less his name is out there and in the news for football reasons, it's better for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because if there reaches a point where he becomes desirable again for NFL teams, having it down like, oh yeah, he just kind of went and he worked out and he stayed in shape and the Texans went about their business and he went about his and now they're ready to deal him. No news is good news. We talked about it a little bit yesterday with Kyle Shanahan and coaches and NFL teams being kind of a little more risk averse. And like I said, assuming that his legal issues get cleared up, however they get cleared up, resolved, teams are going to be much more liable to want him if he has just kind of disappeared from the Texans' ethos.
Disappeared, period.
Yeah,
he's
right.
just gone.
Yeah.
I didn't think he would play for Houston. I didn't think he would show up. I didn't think it, but this was before all of the other stuff happened. When he first made the trade request, I thought, okay, I think he'll walk away. I think he will completely walk away. I don't know why this situation may have changed that. Maybe it's the two entities were calling each other's bluff. I'm not really sure what it was, but now it appears that there's like mutual contention between the two. And both groups need to figure out a way to move on from this. And maybe that's easier said than done for Houston because of the situations that we just laid out, the legal issues, and the fact that there probably aren't a ton of teams that feel like they need a quarterback right now, though Miami seems to be a name that's constantly in conversation.
And if he didn't have his legal issues, he would have been traded already. I think that's just kind of.
I think we would have been playing a different game if he didn't have legal issues right now. It would have been. I think it just would have been a big FU standoff.
Sure.
Between with the Texans looking at him like, okay, don't show up. You don't show up, we don't pay you. It's simple as that. I don't even know. I don't remember who's taking first team snaps for them.
Tyrod Taylor.
That's accurate. That's accurate. It is Tyrod Taylor or Tyrod Taylor, depending on what year we're talking about him. I don't know which one he's going by this year.
I think post 2018, it's Tyrod.
It bothered me that he kept just saying, it's fine, just call me Tyrod. Like, what is your name? Like, can we just call you by what your proper name is? And so I've gone
correct it from the jump. Like, they ask you for the, like, they say your name, record it. We're going to get it in the media guide. We're going to get it. And he just rolled like, oh yeah, it's Tyrod. And then just eventually was like, actually, you know what? I'm just kidding. Like, can you imagine if you were like, actually, it's pronounced Davion? Like, why didn't you just say so from the jump?
Well, this year,
Damien.
I could consider changing it to Davion. It's Davion Barling. Like,
okay, cool.
That rides.
You'd be the second coolest Davion in Sacramento.
It's facts. That is facts. And that's if I'm lucky. The college football playoff rankings came out. Kyle, you will not believe this. This is stunning. The top 4 teams in the preseason college football ranking: Alabama, Oklahoma, Clemson, and Ohio State.
Get out of town.
Crazy.
I'm glad that they're injecting some parity into college football. 4 teams that have come from nothing. Most people probably don't even know who their coaches are.
Yep.
But scrappy underdog teams projected to play well. That's why we love sports.
D'Lo and Kyle heavy on the sarcasm here on ESPN 1320. These 4 teams have combined to take up 20 of the 28 bids. It's the college football playoff so far. The only other things worth noting from this is that Cincinnati and North Carolina, the football team, North Carolina, cracked the top 10 here in the preseason college football rankings. So the countdown is on to the 12-team playoff or 16-team playoff or the expanded playoff, whatever it winds up being. But the countdown is definitely on. And I don't hate this. Like, I mean, get better. Use name, image, and likeness to your advantage as we move forward. Get better, throw some money around, and see what happens.
I think eventually what we're going to see is college football get condensed a lot, at least the top level of college football, where there are like 14 teams that just get all the best players. You're not going to have those random guys that, oh, these guys are going to go to Oregon State and these couple of guys are going to go to, I don't know. I can't think of a school, Boise State. You're just going to get, like, if you want to be anything in college football, you're going to have to be at these 14 or 15 schools. And they may even, and this may take 20 or 30 years. Maybe they branch off into their own league. They break away from the NCAA entirely and just form this feeder league for the NFL that has never existed before. But it starts with Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, these perennial powerhouses that can gain so much more when they're out from under the NCAA umbrella.
I definitely think, and I don't think it's 20 to 30 years from now, I definitely think these conferences are going to break away from the NCAA. The NCAA is the most useless organization on the planet.
Pointless.
They're needed for nothing. And once the SEC and or the Super SEC or whatever they're going to be known as moving forward, and then you get the Super Pac-20 or whatever it winds up being, they're going to come together. The presidents of those 2 conferences are going to come together, or these, multiple conferences, be like, okay, we out. We don't need y'all anymore.
Do you think we ever see a direct, like, NFL feeder league, the way the G League is for the NBA, where an NFL team can draft a guy, Trey Lance, and say, you're going to go play for our Alabama, who's our feeder team. You're going to go play for Nick Saban for a year. and you're going to play 12 games there, and then come try next year.
No, because you'd have to pay them for that.
Sure.
You essentially have a feeder league now where you don't have to pay them, which is college football. College football is a feeder league for it, not in the way that you're explaining it, not in the way that you're envisioning it, but essentially that's what college football is. Yeah. That's what Alabama is. It's a feeder league to the NFL in which you don't have to pay them.
Right, but I'm talking about, do we eventually get there?
No. NFL ain't going to create more expense for itself. Absolutely not.
Point. Really,
not with name. Hell, and now with name, image, and likeness and stuff in the play. Here's where I give Nick Saban like so much credit. This is where Nick Saban is just better than everybody else.
Winning.
He's better than not even that. It's where he's better than the goofball at Clemson. He says, "Well, I mean, I got a quarterback here who I mean, I'm not going to give you the exact now. I mean, he's got figures, approaching, 7 digits here with name, image, and likeness. Like that's Nick Saban talking about that. Right. Nick Saban talking about his quarterback who, and then he follows it up with, he hasn't taken a snap. That's Alabama. Who do you think heard that? Man. Every 16-year-old quarterback out there who thought I could make $1 million for 3 years. Hell, I can make $1 million for 4 years as the quarterback of Alabama because of this new name, image, and likeness rule.
Man, do you think that name, image, and likeness is going to affect players as they come into the NFL? Where
it's going to change everything.
Yeah.
It is going, like name, image, and likeness is going to change the landscape of collegiate sports.
Yeah, because you're not going to go from this college student that, I mean, I understand that there's under the table payments and there's this and that.
Not $1 million worth, though.
Right. And it's not going to go from being this college student that isn't allowed to make any money to you have millions and millions of dollars. Like you're going to be getting millions of dollars from the time you're 18.
Yeah.
17.
Arch Manning. They think Arch Manning, by the time he becomes a collegiate quarterback, is going to be making upwards of $10 million.
Which is good because he was struggling in life for sure.
His family needs it. Yeah. He's going to be the kid who pulls himself up by his bootstraps.
Yeah. Good for him.
Moves along. The Las Vegas Raiders announced Monday night that they'll be requiring proof of vaccination for all attendees of home games at Allegiant Stadium this season. The policy will go into effect for the team's next game in Las Vegas, the Raiders' regular season opener against the Baltimore Ravens on September 13th. This is certain to create some dissension and frustration amongst fans who believe you don't have to be vaccinated. But I appreciate the stance of Mark Davis. I appreciate the stance of the Las Vegas Raiders, and I appreciate the stance of these buildings such as the Chase Center. Hopefully the Golden One Center isn't too far behind. And my hope is all 30 teams. I'm actually surprised. The real story to me in this is that an NFL team did it. Because I fully expected the NFL team to just be like, come one, come all. Let's hang out and watch football. So for the Las Vegas, in their first year, letting fans into the building, for the Las Vegas Raiders to take this stance, I thought was bold.
I also read that they're going to offer vaccinations on site, where if you get your shot there, you can attend the game if you wear a mask. And I think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an excellent use of that motivational tool, we'll call it. If somebody's hesitant or thinks that they can exist in a non-pandemic world where whatever it is, like 90% of the population isn't vaccinated.
Right, and I think that Mark speaks on that. Mark Davis speaks about how his goal is to have a capacity crowd watching maskless. Now, what's interesting about Vegas, and the main reason I pointed this out, not just because it's football, and I fully expected football to say, F you, everybody come on in, but Vegas is unique in that we don't really know the makeup of a Las Vegas Raider crowd yet. We know Raider fans, but we believe that Raider fans are in Sacramento and Oakland and Los Angeles and across the country and everywhere in between. So you have this proclamation from the Las Vegas Raiders where you might have an incredibly large portion of your audience traveling to get to you. I just found that interesting. I found that fascinating.
I don't think they're going to have any problem getting people into that stadium, regardless.
I don't think so either.
It's going to be a party in there every single time.
I mean, there were people last year with no fans allowed in the building partying outside of the stadium. And that's the most Raider fan thing possible. Oh, we can't get in. It's cool. We'll hang out here.
Have you seen a Las Vegas Knights game? I know you're a big hockey guy.
I am a big hockey guy. Have I seen one in person?
No. Have you just seen the atmosphere?
Oh, yeah.
That arena. It's nuts. And that's for an NHL team.
Well,
the NFL team there is gonna be insane. And they know that. And that's why they can afford to take this stance.
I'll one up you. Have you seen a Las Vegas Aces game?
I have not.
I thought for
Not
sure
closely.
that the answer
No,
would
I'm
be
sorry,
yes.
not super closely.
The way that Las Vegas has embraced the Aces, a WNBA team, is phenomenal. So what they're going to do which is why people are starting to look at Las Vegas, or not even starting to, but have been looking at Las Vegas for, oh yeah, we could put a baseball team there. We could put a basketball team there. We could put just about anything there. And we've seen enough from the Knights, from the Aces, now from the Raiders, that we're of full belief that this is going to succeed.
Yeah. And I think because it's the NFL, that's why the Raiders can afford to just say, yeah, you got to be vaccinated to get in, because guess what? They're selling that stadium out, whether they do that or not.
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to them indeed. Hopefully other stadiums follow. I don't imagine all 32 or the other 31 will. But we'll see. We'll see. Josh Rosen released. Surprised by that? A little 49er news. Were you surprised? Nope, not at all.
No.
Oh, okay.
He stinks.
He does.
He's really bad.
Okay.
He was bad with the Cardinals. He was bad with the Dolphins.
He was
on the Buccaneers practice squad, not even backing up, not a third string. He was on the practice squad when the Niners signed him last year. He couldn't get on the field over CJ Beathard. They re-signed him this year. He couldn't beat out Nate Sudfeld. He was terrible on Saturday against the Chiefs.
Yeah,
that's a bad football player.
How were so many people wrong on him, including me?
It happens. It just kind of happens sometimes. Like there are a ton of, like, he's not the first top 10 quarterback to ever be bad at their sport.
No, he's not, but this is really bad.
Yeah. I think it's because
he failed across.
Because you're friends / close friends with a person who's very close to UCLA football, and I think you let that sway your opinion.
It may have, and I yeah.
He looked the part.
Yeah, he did. I thought he was. Maybe that guy did sway my opinion.
But when you watch him at UCLA, it's just like, man, that guy just has it. Like that, just the way he carries himself. And UCLA hasn't been good for very long. And, he just kind of, man, all right, yeah, I'll buy it. Josh Rosen. And it's just not like, it's not 1980 anymore. Like, you have to evaluate quarterbacks so much differently than just like, oh, he can drop back and he can make the throws and then he can roll out a little bit. Like, there's so much more to it now. And if all you can do, if your skill is to stand there and try and pick a defense apart, defenses are too good and too fast now.
So we spent some time talking yesterday about Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, and however you're of the belief that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starting quarterback week 1. We heard from Brian Baldinger earlier, who was on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and he was talking about, like this is Jimmy G's team. You want them both to develop, you want them both to work, but in all likelihood, you want to put Jimmy G out there with the healthy guys and the starting tackles and the starting offensive line and tight end and so on and so on and so on. But as you look around the rest of the league, Trevor Lawrence is starting. There's no debate. There's no conversation. I'm pretty sure the same is true for Zach Wilson as well in New York.
Yeah.
There seems to be a growing belief that Mac Jones is going to start for the New England Patriots. I thought Mac was fine. And I think the Mac Jones situation with Cam Newton was very similar to the Trey Lance situation with Jimmy Garoppolo, and that if you were looking for something, you saw it. If you were looking for a negative from Cam Newton, you saw it. Cam, I don't know how many times he threw the ball past the line of scrimmage. That was my concern. I wanted Bill Belichick to dial up a 40-yard pass on the first play of the game just to show everybody Cam could throw it that far. He didn't. And at no point during the game did he throw the ball that far. Mac Jones had some moments where he looked fine. Like, I think what Mac Jones has on his side is that he was constantly talked about as the number 3 pick, but wound up going much later. And it's like, oh, yeah, right here, that's not so bad. Sure. That's a fine spot for him. But it seems that there could be a number of rookies, and we haven't even brought Justin Fields into the conversation, who are starting week 1 of this upcoming NFL season.
I think what Mac Jones has on his side is what was Tom Brady so good at? Getting the ball out. This is not to say Mac Jones is Tom Brady, but he's getting the ball out.
That's what I heard. I'm tweeting it.
Getting the ball out and getting it to where it needs to go accurately. Those are not two things that Cam Newton excels at. What made Cam Newton great, what made him an MVP caliber player, was his speed, the ability to do designed runs, to scramble. He's over 30 now. And that style of football that he played, where he played it like a linebacker playing quarterback, where he just took hit after hit. Remember there was that thing a few years ago, like he was officiated differently.
Yeah.
Like very much so, because of how physical he was as a runner. It felt weird to throw flags on a guy like that lowering his shoulder. So I think that aspect of his game has just gone so far. He can't do it anymore. And I think that limits his effectiveness as a quarterback. Whereas if you're Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick and you're looking at what Mac Jones is doing, it's like, okay, he's going to be more accurate. He's getting the ball where it needs to go. He's not trying to extend plays and make the big plays, just checking it down. I can see why that would be enticing. I would probably give Cam the first shot for the same reason I would give Jimmy Garoppolo the first shot with the 49ers. But if Mac Jones starts, I think that's exactly why they think that they can better use his primary skill set more than they can use Cam's at this point.
There's a lot more to talk about with Kyle Madsen. He'll be with me here for the rest of the show, including the Giants beating the Mets last night and them continuing to not create any separation with the Los Angeles Dodgers. We've got that coming up. Plus, we'll dive into the big championship game tonight. The Summer League Championship, the Kings and the Celtics, a potential NBA Finals preview. Yeah, I said that. More of D'Lo and KC with Kyle Madsen sitting in here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Kyle, talk with the chat house, and I'll be right back.
Oh boy, you're making me do this again.
Yep, I'm going to make you do it every
Here
day.
we go.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Hey everybody. Thanks for the shout outs to the hats. The Sacramento River Cats do a great job with their hats. Minor league lids in general are pretty good. I got hammered at a River Cats game one time, and I walked into the store and I saw this one, the Capital Grains, and I love puns and I like hats, and so that was a must cop. And black and yellow is always just a really strong color combination. So that's why I grabbed this one. I also have the Tower Bridge hat because I went like to the stadium that day that they came out to pick one up, because it's arguably my favorite minor league hat ever. It's so good. And Sacramento became enough of a home for me that I felt compelled to own something with the Tower Bridge on it, because I love the 916 very, very much. So that's where my Sacramento hat game currently stands. I used to have a regular River Cats hat, but funny story. I used to weigh like 285 pounds and I wore a 7 5/8 hat. Well, I lost like 90 of those pounds and my head shrank. I went down to a 7 3/8, so I had to get rid of my old River Cats hat. It was the one with the cat with like the claw on it. Really good look. It just didn't fit my head anymore. I do like King's Twitter more than like I'm a Warriors fan, but Warriors Twitter is insufferable. So King's Twitter is a way better place to hang out. Not funny. It wasn't funny like haha. It's like, hey, here's a thing that happened that I wasn't ready for, because I had no idea that when you lose weight, your head size goes down. It's a wild thing. I think Jimmy Garoppolo stays on the team for sure. I don't buy the idea that the Colts are going to trade for him. Like if Carson Wentz is going to be back in like 5 to 8 weeks, I can't imagine they're going to want to take on an injury-prone quarterback with a $25 million contract. So I think Jimmy Garoppolo stays, and I think because he's going to be the starter week 1, and I think the only way he loses that starting job is if he really stinks or if he gets hurt. So I think Garoppolo's on the team on his current contract. I'm not from, nor do I live in, I think that's Santa Rosa. My podcast co-host Chris Biederman is from up there. My mom grew up there. They didn't grow up there together. My mom's older than Chris, but spent a little time in Santa Rosa. Lose weight by eating less and exercising more. It's a
hot take right there.
Of it. Yeah. It's like, oh, what'd you do? I count my calories now and I walk a little bit. It's not even, I don't drink juice that's that color.
Yeah.
That's that looks like maybe like an apple, kale, spinach.
2 for 2, 3 for 3.
Give me a little is there like something random like parsley?
That's in there. You're 4 for 4.
Is this can I say the juicery that this is from? Ginger?
Yeah.
Ginger? Is in there?
Yeah.
Pressed?
Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
Normally I do without the apple, but I really like the way this tastes. Hang on. KC's off for the week, but I got my man Kyle Matson here with me as a friendly reminder that WWE is going to be back at the Golden One Center on October 18th. WWE Raw coming your way, and we have got your tickets every day this week at 1 o'clock. So make sure that you are locked in here with us, and we'll send you out to the Golden One Center for WWE's return to Sacramento, California. Kyle Matson makes his return here to D-Lo and KC. Thrilled to have you on as always. Want to get into some NBA stuff, including the Kings and the Celtics tonight in the Summer League Championship. But let's mention big couple of weeks ahead for the Giants. They were able to beat the Mets last night in the first of, I think it's a 3-game series with the Mets. Then the Mets got the Dodgers, and then the Giants again. It's an interesting couple of weeks here for the Giants and the Dodgers. It's great that the Giants keep winning. Unfortunately, the Dodgers keep winning as well, and they just can't stretch this lead out. I think it's a 4-game lead right now. They can't stretch it out any further. Both teams have won 8 of their last 10 games, but the Dodgers ran through the Mets, and the Giants have started the same process.
The Giants are in a good spot because they have 3 games left against the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. So if they can keep it at 4-5 and then win that series, that 3-game set later in September, it's over. Now, if they get it to, if they let it get to 2 or 3 games and then lose that series, you're playing a different ball game. But what the Giants have done this year, and they continue to do, is go look at their longest losing streak is 4 games. They haven't had any of those stretches where they lose 8 of 10 or 10 of 12 or 12 of 15 or anything bad like that, where a team like the Dodgers, even as they're playing better down the stretch here, because they weren't very good in July or through portions of July, there's not enough space where it's like, oh man, the Giants have lost 6 in a row. That's the time to gain ground. That just doesn't happen. So if the Giants just do what they're doing, just avoid that monster losing skid, which when you look at their schedule, I think before the year you looked at this stretch and went, man, this is really daunting. It's like the Mets and it's the Cubs and it's a bunch of, I think they have 10 left against the Padres in the final couple months. They have some left against the Dodgers. They have the A's coming up, but the Cubs traded everybody. The Cubs stink. The Padres are playing horrible baseball. I think they're 11 games back now, and they're always going to be a little dangerous, but they can't pitch. Like Jake Arrieta is awful, and they signed him to try and help their pitching staff. And Jake Arrieta is terrible. The Cubs just let him go. So I think if you look at their schedule now versus, looking at this same stretch 6 weeks ago, it's a lot less daunting. And I think there's just going to be a lot of chances for them to just kind of continue on this stretch that they're on, where they're not losing a bunch in a row. Even if they drop a couple to the Padres, it's like they're going to have a chance to bounce back in the next series or even in that series if it's a 4-game set. So I have a hard time seeing the Dodgers catching the Giants unless, like I said, they sweep that 3-game series in September, which with the way the Giants have played the Dodgers this year, I don't see them do.
Well, what's great that you pointed out that you want the Giants to avoid is exactly what the Mets are going through right now. The Mets are 59-59 on the season. It's the first time that they haven't been over 500 since they were 13-13, and they're 4-11 in August right now. They entered the month in first place. Like it's just gone south, very, very south for the New York Mets, and hopefully that's not something that they fix today or tomorrow. Maybe they could start working on it in their next series. Chris Bryant with a couple of home runs, 16th career multi-home run game. Brandon Crawford for his 9th career 4-hit game and his 2nd this season. This Giants team is hitting on all cylinders. They're 35 games over 500 for the first time since 2003.
Man, the Romanowski in the chat makes a great point. He says Gosman's fell off since the All-Star break. He has. Teams are hitting line drives against him at a way higher rate than they were. They're swinging and missing less. But on the other hand, they're hitting the crap out of the ball. And they have been all year. And then they threw Chris Bryant to the middle of their lineup. So I don't want this to get conflated. I think the Giants are going to win the NL West. I have questions about them in a playoff series because I've seen this happen with the A's. They have a very A's vibe to me in terms of this will work over 162. But when you get in a 7-game series against a team that's better than you, that has more talent than you, it becomes a lot harder. If Gosman's the guy that's been kind of the Cy Young candidate for them this year. With the way he's pitching right now, do you trust him in a winner-take-all game? Because I don't. And I think that's where, if you're pointing out a problem with the Giants, you're looking at October, because I'm not looking at the regular season anymore. They've showed me everything. They're a great regular season team. How does that pitching staff, the bullpen, what does their starting rotation look like? And do you trust it going into a playoff series against the Dodgers or even the Padres if they get into a series, if they get into the wild card game and win it? The Brewers are a really good team. I don't know. I that's where my questions start with the Giants.
So with all of those questions out there, again, this is a team with the best record in baseball. How did they get here? If you have that many questions about them in a playoff series, how did they get to the point where they have the best record in baseball as we start to approach the final month and some change of the season?
You get huge years from guys like Darren Ruff and from Kevin Gausman and from Anthony DeSclafani, and Buster Posey has a career resurgence, and Brandon Crawford becomes an MVP candidate out of nowhere. Like, it's unbelievable. And this is not to say it's a fluke. Like, they're good. Farhan Zaidi is good at his job. Gabe Kapler has been really good at his job. They're going to continue to be competitive because they're going to find these guys kind of on the scrap heap who maybe, have been hurt, or teams, a guy like Mike Yastrzemski, the Orioles just kind of gave up on him and we're like, all right, here, you have him. But even Mike Yastrzemski has seen a little bit of a fall off. He was an MVP candidate last year. He's not this year. And it's hard to sustain that year over year with singular players. They're going to have to continually mix and match. And like I said, you can do that over 162 because you're playing, bad teams from time to time. You're playing a team that's got, a starter that's out, or you kind of miss the top end of their rotation. You get into the playoffs, games shorten a lot. You
Mhm.
start to see a pitcher like Max Scherzer, he's going to go 7 or 8 instead of 5 or 6. And then you're facing the best out of a team's bullpen. And it just gets a lot harder in the postseason to win. Like I said, I'm an A's fan. I've seen it happen with them every year since 2000.
Yeah.
It's if the Giants win the World Series, it wouldn't stun me. But if you're talking about weaknesses with this team, that's where it is. Because like I said, I'm no longer worried about the regular season. I think they're going to win their division.
Okay. The A's, they dropped their opening game. Sorry, don't mean to rub salt in the wound there, but
No,
the
they
A's,
man, they're frustrating.
they're this feels like a very A's season though.
Yep.
Like they're there, and then you've got this series against the White Sox, and the White Sox are a damn good team, and yet here they are on the short end again. It's a 4-game series. We're 1 game in.
But the A's have a little bit of the same problem to me. I trust this Giants team in the playoffs more than I trust this A's team. But the A's, it's backwards. It's like I actually trust their starting rotation. And if you're getting 7 good innings from Bassett and Manaea, I think that they have enough in the bullpen to win games. But if you're only getting 5 out of your starters and all of a sudden Yasmero Petit's got to play, that's an issue for them.
Yeah.
And I don't trust their lineup, especially with Ramon Laureano out. Like the whole point of getting Starling Marte was that, hey, Stephen Piscotty and Seth Brown don't have to play anymore. Well, now they're back into having to play, and Starling Marte has been really nice for them, but I don't trust them to win 4 out of 7 or 3 out of 5 against a really good team.
And they're 68-51 right now, and the Astros are still really, really, really good. Trash cans are not. Like they're playing.
They're really good.
They're playing some good ball. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kyle Matson. Kenny Caraway will be back on the air. Next week, you can watch along with the show at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome everybody listening on the Odyssey app as well as 1320 AM here in Northern California. The Sacramento Kings take on the Boston Celtics tonight for the Summer League Championship. And there's one matchup everybody is really looking forward to that we don't know if we're actually going to see it. Peyton Pritchard has been on a tear here in Summer League and this Pro-Am thing that he's been doing. But at the same time, Davion Mitchell's been locking guys down on the defensive end for the Sacramento Kings. We know Davion Mitchell is playing tonight. We don't have confirmation on if Peyton Pritchard is playing tonight. And I know it's a Summer League game. Hell, it's not. It's a Summer League championship. It's an abbreviated Summer League championship. But we take small victories here as Kings fans, and this would definitely be a small victory worth running away with. But I'd be a little disappointed if we didn't get to see Off Night defending against the dude who's scoring a ridiculous amount of points in various games over the course of the last couple of weeks.
I would watch them play one-on-one.
That would be fun.
And if I'd be really disappointed if Pritchard didn't play. That would be a significant bummer.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. He put up 91. He put up 60. What he's doing is ridiculous, and he's the darling of Summer League right now. And that's one of the things with the Kings and the fact that they're approaching a 5-0 record. You know, they're sitting at 4-0 right now. It was good enough to get him here to the Summer League Championship. They don't have a player where when you go to The Athletic or you go to ESPN.com and you read about the all Summer League team, this guy that's got Peyton Pritchard, and you start pulling Tyrese Maxey, and you start pulling out all of these different names from around the league. You're not going to find anyone from the Sacramento Kings on that list, which I'm not terribly upset by. I think Louis the King's probably been the most consistent player for the Kings. But what's really stood out, I think, for Kings fans is the way that the team has played collectively. And that has been with a defensive intensity, an incredible amount of hustle. Basically, they've taken on the personality of their head coach. They've taken on the personality of Bobby Jackson, and they've taken that to the Summer League floor in Las Vegas.
That matters to me more than anything. Like, if you're busting your ass in Summer League, that speaks so much more to me than oh wow, that guy scored 65 points. Like I've watched Anthony Morrow light it up in summer league. We watched Anthony Randolph light it up in summer league. I don't care how many points you score.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, can you ratchet up the intensity for these games that, quote unquote, don't count or don't matter? It's just summer league. That makes it even harder to me to go out and play defense at the level that Davion Mitchell's been playing it.
Yeah.
And that's more impressive to me. And we talked a lot about Bobby Jackson as a head coach yesterday. And it's like, man, if that's his best quality as a head coach, that's you feel a lot better. Again, with the Kings, it's about steps because you're not going to become a championship contender overnight. But if that's the mindset they're starting to instill in their players, not to say that the entire summer league roster is going to play on the NBA roster this year, but it starts there.
Yeah, and you talk about, the roster. That is an important note, and this is actually true for both teams tonight. So this isn't a throwaway team for the Boston Celtics and the Sacramento Kings. This isn't a throwaway game because you've got Louis the King, who's going to play on the main roster. He's a two-way player, but he's going to play for the Sacramento Kings. Now, Chimezie Metu would. But he got himself into a little altercation against Dallas. He's going to miss tonight's game. Davion Mitchell, obviously, he's going to be a big part of what the Sacramento Kings are doing. Neemias Queta is a guy who will probably see some time in games during the 82-game regular season. Boston, they've got 4 or 5 guys who are going to be on their main roster as well. They've got 4 or 5 guys who have been on their main roster as well. So this isn't a complete throwaway game where once this game is over, everybody goes about their magical way. These guys are going to be back with the team in, a month and some change. And I do think there is something to be said for those guys who have this experience playing in this game, especially for a rookie like Davion Mitchell to take it back over to a roster that is being constructed the way that it is right now.
Mitchell is ideally the only player from the summer league team, though, that's going to be like in the rotation.
Correct. Yes, correct. I think Metu would limited,
but the point is
he would be. Yes.
The point is, I don't even think you need those guys to be rotation guys to have that hustle and that tenacity to bleed over, because it's going to bleed over into practice and it's going to bleed over into scrimmages. And I think that I don't have a way to quantify this, which I hate doing, because then it's just like, hey, here's a thing I think, and I'm going to project it as a fact. So here we go. I think that bleeds over into practice. And I think that rubs off on guys where, maybe, okay, they used to be lackadaisical in this random scrimmage. Well, now you have this team full of guys that just busted their ass in the summer league, and now they're going to go do the same thing on the practice court.
Mm-hmm.
And that intensity ratchets up. And that stuff matters when it comes to defending in games. And that stuff matters when it comes into building a culture around that, because we talked about it yesterday. Like, the defensive intensity was really bad last year. Yeah. And if that's where it's going to start, that's how you're going to start taking these significant steps that we want to see in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
Building a lot out of a summer league championship game right now. You're welcome.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a throwaway. I don't, especially when you have an organization that's so fractured.
Yeah.
Or historically has been so fractured. Go ahead.
But at the same time, you don't want, didn't they win the summer league like 6 or 7 years ago?
They did.
7 or 8 years ago?
They won 29 games that year.
I understand you don't want that to be the standard. You don't want that to be an organizational victory. It's cool. It's a really cool thing for these guys, but the win needs to be, okay, what can we crack open and take big picture from this? What can be taken from this very small accomplishment to use that as a building block towards something real?
Yeah.
Because the joke is, oh, we're going to hang that summer league banner. Like, I get it. It's a joke like that. Right. It's funny. But at the same time, this isn't, okay, well, the summer league is going to end and then we forget about it. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to take something tangible from it.
And that's tough too, because you're taking these players with Bobby and you're moving them over to a team that's coached by Luke Walton, right? And we have given credit, and I think rightfully so, to the for the hustle and the intensity that this team has played with to Bobby Jackson, because we saw that in Bobby as a player. So we've given this team credit for that. Well, I don't know what kind of coach Luke Walton is, and I don't know that Luke Walton is. I'm trying to envision, the way Luke Walton talks, and this is perhaps an unfair outsider's critique. But the way Luke Walton's demeanor is, it's very different than Bobby's. And so I'm trying to picture a guy going, yeah, okay, coach, let's go. I'm going to go run through the wall for you. I can see someone doing that with Bobby.
Sure.
Hell, I've heard Bobby talk where I want to go run through a wall for him. Luke, not so much.
Do you watch Ted Lasso?
I have not. I need to. I've heard amazing things about it, but
it's
I have
really
not.
good. It's really good. It feels like there's a quote unquote character in it called Led Tasso, and it's Ted Lasso acting the opposite of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to see Luke Walton at some point.
Okay.
You go like there needs to be there. I don't know if we'll get it because he's a grown man who's been coaching, and he's not gonna sit there and go, what can I do? You know what? I can yell more. Like that's just not his demeanor.
That's not his personality.
But you also have to recognize if you're the organization, like, hey, these players that we have respond to that. Respond to to a more active, high energy, louder coach, for lack of better phrasing.
I got you.
And if
not everybody can be Tony Dungy, right? Tony Dungy, who I don't think has ever raised his voice in his life, he's very unique in that aspect.
Yeah, and if that's what it takes, to get this team ramped up, then they have to do something about it, because like you said, I can't see Luke Walton turning into Luke Walton, where he's flipping tables and he's yelling and he's having guys run, and that's not happening. And I would hate that any momentum they build, like let's say they win this summer league championship and they go, all right, that's a great stepping stone. That's a small stepping stone. What can we take from it? And then they go into the regular season and it's like, oh, none of that actually mattered. That was a completely separate thing from what this regular season is. There needs to be some kind of cohesion.
Agreed. And there's some sort of, I'm trying to figure out, because as we approach the season, again, the start of the season is 2 months away, which means we're like a month away from training camp starting. And I'm trying to, it feels like the word isn't excitement. Like, I don't think there's a lot of excitement headed into the season. I think there's a lot of anticipation. And I think there's a lot of anticipation heading into this Kings season because there's a demand. And it's the first time I think there's been a demand from this fan base in a very long time.
Sure.
It's like, we don't have a desire to continue to watch development anymore. We don't have a desire to tank for a lottery pick anymore. Like, it's the postseason and absolutely nothing else. Get my team to the postseason. And I can't figure out if it's a nervous angst, if it's anticipation, if it really is excitement. But there's something there where I feel like this fan base is ready to hold organizations, coaches, players, everybody accountable if this season doesn't go the way that we expect it to. And I do expect this team to make the postseason. Absolutely 100% expect them to make the postseason.
Do you think it's because not so much the anticipation that they have to make the postseason, but that if they don't, it's like tear it down and start over? Because it feels like that it started with De'Aaron Fox, right? And when it became clear that De'Aaron Fox is a player in the NBA and is going to be a damn good player in the NBA, it was like, all right, this is the guy. They're building around him. And if they've reached this point now where, and I'm asking, it's like they've reached this point where, all right, they've built around De'Aaron Fox. They have the pieces to be a playoff team. And if this doesn't work, it's not like, okay, retool a little bit and try it again. it feels like this dread that, oh, here we go again. And it's going to tear down and then restart the whole process again.
I think there's that feeling, but I think there's something that will prolong it a little bit further.
What's that?
Luke's got to go. So if something fails this year, it's like, see, I told you, okay, Luke Walton's fired. Now, the problem with that is because you waited to do it, now there's a big strike on Monty McNair. And now you may love a lot of the other things that Monty McNair did, but a lot of people will say, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do this right out the gate? Why didn't we do this last year? Why did we wait? So there absolutely 100% is a fear of here we go again. Roster-wise, I don't think there's a massive teardown. I don't think it's we've got to start over. It's like, okay, you got to get a coach in. But then if it fails, then you're getting closer to that point. And then there's this uneasy feeling of, I think fans have believed this clock has started on De'Aaron Fox. Whereas if this organization doesn't start to accomplish something, he's Anthony Davis. He's like, hey, I've given you all I can. Man. Get me out of here. This is ridiculous. You got I don't know what y'all want from me, but get me out of here.
Campeo in the YouTube comments said there isn't enthusiasm because the Kings kept the losing coach. Do you think that if right now you get a tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski that says, hey, Luke Walton's been fired, Bobby Jackson's the head coach, do you think that would change? Is it just about the coach? Because there seems to be a lot of excitement over Bobby Jackson just as a coach. So I'm just picking his name.
Sure. I think there are people who dislike Luke enough. They would think, great. That's perfect. Love it. Because I love Bobby and Luke's gone. It's a win-win. I love Bobby too. Personally, I think Bobby's the greatest. I'd have I'd ask a lot of questions. You fired Luke Walton for Bobby Jackson, but you didn't fire him when there was a slate of qualified candidates out there.
Sure.
Bobby Jackson has coached 4 summer league games and Sam Cassell has been on the bench for a decade. I'd have a lot of questions if that fictitious tweet that you just presented from Adrian Wojnarowski were to come through.
Okay. That's fair.
But the question is, would fans be excited? I do believe that there are people who dislike Luke Walton enough to be that I'll take anything over Luke Walton. We'll step out. We'll come back. Will the Kings ever play on Christmas Day again? Well, we'll give you the Christmas Day games coming up here in just a minute. And how many elite teams are there in the NBA? Kyle and I tried to figure out who's the favorite in the Western Conference. Well, what about the East? And is there a clear-cut team that you see as a potential NBA champion? And if the Kings are to make the playoffs, as I just said they were, or the postseason, who's going to drop out? All of that is coming up as we go commercial-free till the top of the hour. Next, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All good, Weezy. All good. Let the little one hit the keyboard, man. It's all good, baby.
That's awesome.
Yep, I remember that. That's very true. That has never, ever, ever, ever happened. Oh, as you pointed out right there, never happened.
Hey, you at the very top of the show when we were talking about the things that, we're talking about Deshaun Watson, the football player, and the Trevor Bauer stuff and the Richard Sherman off-field stuff all goes in a box and we put it over there. Is that a Bad Boys 2 reference?
That's good. I believe
I can't say the things that they say to put in the
box.
Well,
you can. But it's the live stream. You could say it. Say it.
Go ahead, say it. Can I?
It's the live stream.
Somebody's got their 1-year-old listening, though.
That's true. That's true. It's not a Bad Boys 2 reference. It's just something that we said.
Okay. It feels like a Bad Boys,
but it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Yep. We're gonna put my mama's in the box, and yeah.
What else did he say?
I think it's when he got shot in the ass. I remember that. It's when he got shot, and was it his sex life? we're gonna put this in a box. I can't remember what the other thing was.
Damn. Guess I gotta watch that movie again.
I've only
God.
watched Bad Boys 3 one time.
I never saw it.
Probably okay.
That's what I heard.
Probably okay.
I was
not
really
to
excited.
see
I was like, I'm in. And then another one of my friends who was big into Bad Boys and Bad Boys 2 was like,
it. Did you watch Coming to America?
I have not. I saw that in college. I saw Coming to America in college.
Oh, okay.
And have not seen it since. So I have not watched Coming to America yet.
Okay. That's how you do it. It's Coming to America and then Coming to America.
Sure.
That's how you emphasize.
Really emphasize that. Yeah.
Really.
You got to
really
pronounce the W. Two.
Whoa.
Word become a sound.
I feel like John is just going off to like no one in particular on Luke Walton.
That's
John would throw.
Welcome to John. Welcome to John's life.
Yeah, that's true. John would throw a single person parade if Luke Walton was fired, and then just be joined by people along the way. Yeah, that's a consensus right there.
The thing is,
that's not happening.
Oh boy. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I'm not. Thanks, K Dog. That's actually me, K Dog 9911.
No.
I'm fascinated to see. I would be fascinated to see what people think of Luke Walton as a coach. If, like, I think he's just riding like the Steve Kerr coattails right now. Still. And I think it's starting to become apparent that Steve Kerr is like not that good of a coach. Like, he's fine, but he's not going to elevate a team the way like an elite coach does. Like, Eric Spoelstra elevates the Heat. Like, the Heat are better because of Eric Spoelstra. The San Antonio Spurs got better because of Greg Popovich for a while. Steve Kerr, I'm not sure how much better he made the Warriors. And I wonder if Luke Walton has some of his not so great qualities.
Are you one of those? We're coming back. We're so appreciative of everybody who listens on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. If you're on the Odyssey app, make sure you hit the heart button. Save us as your favorite radio station. But oftentimes you're at a slight bit of a disadvantage because on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320, oftentimes the conversation continues through the commercial break. Now, many times we just kind of goof off and have some fun during the commercial break, but many times the conversation just continues. So we get back here on the radio, and I feel like I need to let you in on this conversation that we were having during the break, because I'm really curious where Kyle was going with this. Kyle, not a big Luke Walton guy, but the impetus of that is Kyle's not a Steve Kerr guy. And so you're not a Steve Kerr guy.
Fine. He's fine.
Are you one of the people who think that the Warriors would have done what they did the first 2 years with me coaching?
No.
With anybody coaching?
No. But that's the thing, is if your value as a head coach is contingent upon having Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, that says something to me. And it's the inability to, now their roster stunk 2 years ago. Last year it wasn't great, but it was the fact that, like, good coaches adapt, right? They assess their talent and they're able to fit a system that maximizes that talent. And I don't think he did that even a couple years ago. Like I said, that roster was terrible, especially after Steph Curry got hurt. But last year, it felt like they left some wins on the table because of shortcomings with the coach. I'm not out on him. I'm not saying he should be fired. I just have some questions about how good of a coach he is. Can he elevate a team that's they're a fringe playoff team to, that's a 5 or 6 seed now? I don't think he can.
Okay. So that bodes really bad for us as Kings fans, who grabbed one of his assistants along the way. Of course, after he had I stopped short of calling it a failed stop in Los Angeles, more an incomplete stop in Los Angeles. I think whether you mean to or not, you hit a hard reset button when LeBron James joins your roster, and things change, expectations change, everything changes. I did think he was building something with those young guys that were there,
Sure,
but it ended, and we had like it's a what if. Like, we have no idea how that story ends. We just know there's a little growth there. I remember entering what wound up being, Dave Yeager's final year, thinking if this team could grow the way that the Los Angeles Lakers have grown, that'd be a huge positive. You're seeing growth with young guys. We've got young guys here. If we see that growth, it's a win. We never saw how that story ended with Luke Walton, and then he gets over here, and it's kind of starting the process over again. There hasn't been any growth in Luke Walton's 2 years, and I'll give him not a full pass, but maybe like a half pass, if that's such a thing. He had 2 70-game seasons. They were 2 very unconventional seasons, but now the gloves are off. There's no excuses to be made. Like, he's got to go out there and he has to be successful. We've talked about postseason. We talk about getting into a plan and all of these different things. I need to see the team better. And my big thing is 37 wins isn't better to me.
right?
A team at, if 40 and 42, I would take that as a massive improvement. I would love to see this team end the season at 41 and 41, even if that means they weren't, a 10th seed. I would rather, okay, that's improvement. The team is clearly getting better. I need to see improvement there. We've seen De'Aaron Fox improve as a player. We believe that the roster has improved. We think, and I think that's true too. I think the roster has improved.
Sure.
We need to see an improvement in performance and an improvement in a final record.
Is there a time frame to start the season with Luke Walton? Like, are you giving it 10 games? And if they look the same after 10 games and they're 4-6, but they're still not playing great defense, and are you moving on then? Is it 20 games? Like, what's the point of demarcation where you're going, all right, it's just not going to work?
It's probably no. It has to be a disastrous start. I think it has to be like if you talk about 10 games, it has to be 2-8. It has to be a lengthy losing streak. It has to be something along those lines. And even at that, I'm still starting to look at Monty McNair side-eyed. So you didn't know that this was, like, you really believe this wouldn't be the case. Like, if Luke fails, I have a big... Luke's failure, to me, if Luke fails this year, it's a bigger strike on Monty McNair than anyone else.
Interesting.
Because I'd look at him like, why did you not think this would happen? Why did not an entire fan base, that's not fair. Why did a portion, I think fair to say a good portion of your fan base, maybe a vocal portion of your fan base, think that this would happen, but you didn't? Why, when there are a slate of very, very qualified candidates out there, did you choose to stick with him? Those are the questions that I would ask if Luke were to fail and Monty were to move on from him.
So you think Luke Walton's hit his ceiling?
No.
With this roster?
Oh. Well, I think this roster is different than no, I think this team can be better.
So, and I think that's why he's still around. Because at some point you just need some continuity, right?
Sure.
Like, it would have felt like classic Kings if it's just like, all right, fire a coach, bring a new guy in, let's see how this goes. Because then it's a new year of learning a new system and learning a new playing style. I get the idea behind the continuity, but like I said, I think at some point you have to look mid-season or quarter the way through and say this is either working or it's not. Because if 20 games in, they're 8-12 and just kind of look like the same team, you got to cut bait and start ASAP on turning things around here.
Agree.
Because if you go another 82 games where they're, 35 and 47 and it's just uninspiring, like now you start to fall into the same cycle that's plagued this team for a decade and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the idea of continuity, but at that same time, so I wouldn't blame McNair if it doesn't work. But at the same time, it's like I blame him if he lets it go on too long. And I think we'll know, like we'll get an idea 15 or 20 games in. Like I said, give him a quarter of the season and see where the team is at.
There's evidence that stuff like this works, by the way. Nate McMillan wasn't the head coach of the Atlanta Hawks starting last season.
Yeah.
You talk about, everyone likes to talk about continuity or man, you bring in a new coach, you implement a new system, there's this learning curve. I'd like to introduce you to Tom Thibodeau, who has a reputation in the league as a certain type of coach, specifically a certain type of coach with practices and with what he's evolved a little bit from everything that, I've read. Obviously, I don't cover that team. But how did he do his first year as the New York Knicks head coach? How did he do implementing a very, very specific style that he plays to the New York Knicks? He did pretty well.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 3 teams with the longest playoff droughts ended their playoff droughts. One has been a coach now for 2 years, or at least the coach of that team for 2 years, and the other one was in his first. Hashtag coaching matters.
Does coaching matter in basketball more than any other sport?
As someone who watched Jason Garrett with the Dallas Cowboys for a really, really long time, they're really close. I would say football's more important.
I think I agree.
By a nose. I'd say football was more important. Like you look at what Andy Reid and Jim Harbaugh were able to do with like Alex Smith. Alex Smith had different coordinators and coaches for year after year after year, and he was a bust and he was nothing. And then all of a sudden you get a good coach in there, and it's like, oh, okay, wait a minute, he's good. Then you get him with a great coach, and it's like, oh my God, he's really good.
Yeah.
That's not by accident. But basketball's obviously important. I mean, then there are some people who would say it's not. Like how many coaches has LeBron gotten, to the finals? And David Blatt had the best record in the league when he was fired.
And the Nets probably go to the finals last year if A, they're healthy, or B, Kevin Durant's shoe size is half a size smaller. And Steve Nash has never been a coach before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as long as you have good players and have a general gist of how the game of basketball goes, like, you're going to be pretty good.
Steve Nash is the new Steve Kerr, some say. I don't know who says that, but it works. Both guys just walk onto a really talented team and coach all of a sudden. Steve Kerr was at least.
Steve Nash was really good at this. He had the like concerned, like, I'm thinking really hard look down.
Mm-hmm.
Very good at that, and awesome at calling timeouts.
He had the look of, I'll just stand here and give the impression that I'm doing a good job. And I'm really excited that got to be his first head coaching gig. And he didn't have to bust his ass sitting on a bench for 10 years like other coaches have to do. So good for Steve Nash. Again, another guy who really pulled himself up by his bootstraps.
He worked with the Warriors for a while as a coach, just like hanging out with Steph Curry.
Right.
Taught him a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I do recall that. It's spectacular. I'm sure he came in board shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah.
Christmas Day games. Speaking of the Atlanta Hawks and the New York Knicks, they're going to open things up on Christmas Day with that 9 a.m. start here on the East Coast. And I feel like the Boston Celtics live in this time slot on Christmas Day. It'll be the Celtics at the Bucks. I'm big on the Celtics. I'm a Celtics guy. Not tonight. But as the season gets here, I love the Marcus Smart extension. I love the core of Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. I think Jason Tatum is a potential like superstar.
MVP,
superstar. Yeah, he's up there in terms of guys, with the future in the league. I mean, he's got a present in the league, but his future is incredibly bright. And then we head out to Phoenix. The Warriors will host the Golden State Warriors, and then we'll close it
Suns.
out. Yes, thank you. The Phoenix Suns will host the Golden State Warriors. What else do we got here? The Nets at the Lakers. And the Mavericks at the Jazz in the always unappealing final game of Christmas Day. That game always sucks. The 7:30 game is always a game that I never watch.
The good news is 7:30 p.m. on Christmas Day for me is like the hangover setting in. And that's a lot how that game feels.
Is that a wine hangover, a beer hangover? McQueen and the Violet Fog gin hangover?
That's exactly what it is.
McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is so smooth you don't get hungover. But that's
it's because I make the mistake. It's my fault.
That's true.
I mix a lot. Like you asked what it is. Yes, is the answer.
It's all of them.
It's Christmas, man. Everything's on the table. And it starts at 7:30 a.m.
I mean, when you've got your own beer, like a Candlestick Chronicles beer, you gotta partake.
You gotta get after it.
I do love that you pointed out that the reigning MVP is not playing on Christmas Day. Jokic is not a sexy Christmas Day game. Neither are the Denver Nuggets.
Although, hey, he's great at assists, season of giving.
No.
He's built a little like Santa Claus.
Well, he changed that.
He did.
He changed that, and then he found like the happy medium between big Jokic and skinny Jokic, and then he formed MVP Jokic.
Do you think that's more of an indictment on, because like, look, the Warriors shouldn't be on Christmas. They haven't made the playoffs in 2 years.
Cap. I disagree.
But it just going by the standard of like the Miami Heat, for example, didn't make it out of the first round last year. They're not on Christmas. Like that's wild. So the Warriors are on at Christmas because of their star power, because of Steph Curry. So if the NBA knew Steph Curry wasn't going to be available on Christmas Day, the Warriors aren't playing on Christmas Day, dude.
True.
I guess that's right.
It's very true.
So do you think the Jokic and Denver not playing on Christmas has more to do with the Nuggets and not being appealing, or with Jokic not having enough star power to overcome it?
Yes.
I was going to say, I feel like that was the same question.
It's the same as the hangover question. Is it wine? Is it beer? Is it McQueen and the Violet Fog gin? Yes, it's all of them. Is it that Jokic is unappealing and the Denver Nuggets are unappealing? Yes, it's all of them. They're not appealing.
Nuggets are unappealing because he's unappealing.
Sure. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean,
you don't want to watch, is it Austin Rivers light it up?
Well, I mean, Michael Porter Jr. has the potential to be, I think, I mean, I know you're not high on him, but I think he has the potential to be a star. Jamal Murray's not there. Maybe there is, and he's not going to be by Christmas Day. At least I highly, highly doubt he'll be there by Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, like, no.
Okay.
No, like, I don't want to watch them.
That's fair.
Get out of here.
But it's the same thing with the Jazz, right?
I just realized this.
Who's locked into the Jazz?
But you know what I did?
Mitt
what I just
Romney?
realized? The NBA is shook. You know who's not on it? Portland's not on this. Dame Lillard is a fixture. They just realized, we can't risk putting Portland on Christmas Day if Dame Lillard isn't there. I would have rather, like, you could have, let's see, Dallas. I don't know. Dallas an hour ahead? So
they're 2 hours.
You needed a West Coast team. Will the Kings play on Christmas Day in the next 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Because all you have to do to play on Christmas Day is have a star big enough to be a draw. And I think when you look at the rise of John Morant, and you look at where Donovan Mitchell is, De'Aaron Fox can be that. All he has to do is get on a stage big enough. All the Kings have to do is make the playoffs like 2 years in a row. I'm saying 2, because if they make it once, people are going to go, yeah, but it's the Kings. If they do it
what
twice,
if they make it far? Like, what if they get far? Like, this, what if they make it to the second round? Is that good enough to earn a Christmas Day game?
It depends. If they get to the second round because De'Aaron Fox in the first round just lit it up for 38 a game and was awesome, then yeah, I think they have a chance. But if they make it 2 years in a row, then definitely. And I think in that 5-year stretch, I think they get to the postseason back-to-back years. Because I think once they get there, I think they'll be headed in the right direction where they make it kind of more annually. And then I think they play on Christmas Day. 2024, Kings, Sonics, Christmas Day. Booking.
Wow, that's a take. That's a take. Or I've dubbed them the Las Vegas Spades.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, got the aces and the spades.
Right.
Yeah, I noticed. I love that I made a joke and had to explain it to Kyle as if he didn't get.
I got it. You didn't have to explain it.
No, I know you did. I love that I did it anyways. That's when you know you did a line that failed. It actually isn't a joke. I think that would be the name of the team. I absolutely think it would be like the Las Vegas Spades or something like that. I just noticed the Dame Lillard thing, but there is a glaring absence from this. From most people believe that we're being force fed Zion Williamson, and it could be just as related to his time zone. But they got Luka on there, but no Zion on Christmas Day.
It's because the Pelicans stink.
The Pelicans stink, but the Pelicans have gotten prime real estate because of Zion before.
Who are you putting them against? Who's also going to be a Christmas Day draw that is not going to beat them by 30? The Blazers?
Luka.
Dame?
Well, we'll see what you that could work. That could work.
All right, call up your buddies at the NBA. Let's do a midnight Pacific overnight tip.
I mean, that's what it feels like the 7:30 start is. Christmas Day starts pretty early. That 7:30 game comes around, and you're 4 games deep into this.
Yeah.
Let's just put Luka Doncic and Rudy Gobert out there. With all due respect to Donovan Mitchell, I actually would want to watch Donovan Mitchell. Oh, no 76ers either. Okay. I mean, there's only so many games to be had, but you went Hawks and Knicks. Well, the Knicks, it feels like they love Christmas Day in the Garden. They love those Christmas shots. They love of Rockefeller Center and all of that. Do you think the 76ers are going to fall off this year?
No, I think they're going to be pretty good.
Joel Embiid gets the big extension. All eyes are on Ben Simmons. They were the number 1 seed they had the best record in the Eastern Conference last year.
Yeah, fall off from there. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be the number 1 seed again, but I think they'll be in the top 4 in the East.
Is the East Brooklyn's to lose?
Yes. Like Giannis in the Bucks run was great, and he was unbelievable all-time finals performance, not diminishing what Giannis and the Bucks did. But to have another run like that where they overcame and again, not trying to diminish their title, but looking at next year, if the Nets are healthy, they win that series against Milwaukee. Do we agree?
Well, they weren't. So I'm not going to admit
but again, I'm not trying to talk about last year. If the Nets are fully healthy this year in a playoff series, are you picking the Bucks?
Nope. I'm not picking the Nets.
Really?
I will pick against the Nets until I can't pick against the Nets anymore. I'm like Mike Singletary.
Betting money on it.
No. I don't do that. I don't bet money.
That's my point.
No, I don't bet money.
Let me put it this way. In Vegas, would the Nets be favored?
Of course.
Okay.
I got to imagine they're favored to win the championship now.
And I think that's good. They are the team to beat in the East. Fully respecting that Milwaukee just won the championship. But I'm not looking at last year. I'm looking at this next season.
I feel like in these situations, you always is like right now today on August 17th, 2 months before the season starts, a month before training camp starts, would you place your money on an NBA Finals being this Christmas Day game of the Brooklyn Nets and the Los Angeles Lakers?
If I had to pick a matchup?
Yeah.
It depends on value on some of the other ones, but if you're like, hey, all the odds are the same, you have to just pick one, that's the one I'm picking.
I said all year last year something was off with Brooklyn, and I didn't think they were going to win. and it was more than my disgust for James Harden.
I was going to say, I think it's just that James Harden's on the team.
Now it's just my disgust for James Harden that's going to keep me from picking the Brooklyn Nets. Though I wonder can this team lock in the way we've seen teams like the Miami Heat, for example, lock in when, things don't go the way that they're supposed to the first year and they regroup the second year and come out strong. Like, can we see this team have that focus for a sustained 82-game season? I think the days of, Kenny and I talk about this a lot when Brooklyn comes up, and it's unfortunate for us, but I think the days of Kevin Durant playing 82 games or anything close to it are over.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I think Kyrie is the same case. I think the days of Kyrie playing 82 games are over. James Harden, I don't feel that way about. Like, I think if James Harden is healthy enough too, he'd very much want to play 82 games because he's going to want all the recognition possible, and he's going to want to campaign for another MVP award.
Over or under 41.5 games, the three of them play together.
I'll go over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So more than half the year.
Yeah, what was the number? I don't expect you to know this off the top of your head. I imagine it was pretty freaking low, the number of games that the three of them played together. I have to imagine it was pretty low.
Well, Durant only played like 36 or 37 or something.
Jeez.
So,
yeah, I don't know that he's going to be. I feel like he'll just be heavy on load management this year. I think Kyrie, you never know. And I do think that will have a certain impact. Or maybe the alternative is that's not the case this year. Like we know Kevin Durant got, he's locked up. He's a Brooklyn Net for a long time. We've been told the same is likely to happen with James Harden and Kyrie Irving. This may be the year that they get, 70 to 75 games. This may be the year that they all, work for the greater good, work for the common goal. And then it's next year that we never see those guys play together. I'm of the belief that that's not going to happen, but I could see that happening this year. Because to me, like I was one, like if the Nets don't win a championship this year, this is a failure, isn't it?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Because
Even
I think
with
it would underscore kind of a bigger problem. Like this past year, you can go, okay, they were hurt, and Kevin Durant's toe was on the 3-point line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can. It's going to be hard to write off something like that just 2 years in a row. By the way, 202 minutes that trio played together last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And not in the good way impressive.
Yeah.
Nets.
So yeah, if they don't win a title this year, there's going to be something we can point to that's like, hey, this is a problem moving forward as well, I think.
And I feel like that the first finger is always going to be pointed at Kyrie because he's a bit different. So unless Kyrie goes out there and is, MVP worthy, I feel like the conversation is going to start with him, rightfully so or not. Nets, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, 76ers, and Jazz. They have the best title odds in that order. Again, it's the Nets, the Lakers, no surprise there, the Bucks, the Warriors, okay, the 76ers, and the Jazz. Best odds to win the title.
Do you think Ben Simmons gets traded before the season? Do you think that deal materializes? Because if it does, the Sixers odds have to go down, right? And whatever team acquires Ben Simmons probably goes up.
I don't know that that's the case.
Really?
I don't know, like looking at the 76ers, are the 76ers down because of Ben Simmons? Like, here's the question. Are the 76ers, was it 5th in title odds because of Ben Simmons? Or are the 76ers 5th in title odds because of Ben Simmons?
They are worse if they trade Ben Simmons, they get worse, right? And I
I
guess
mean,
it
I
depends on
don't,
what they get back. But.
I don't know. Like, they're not getting, and we were joking about this earlier before you joined us. Like, they're not getting Dame Lillard. Like, Daryl
No.
Morey could sit around and wait for Neil O'Shea to call. He could wait for Dame Lillard to ask out. He could wait. He could wait until the earth splits in two.
Yeah,
It's not happening.
I agree.
So they need to figure out, can Ben Simmons play in a 76ers uniform next year? Or do we need to move on from him?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to? Because there's two different things. Can we move on from Ben Simmons, or do we have to move on from Ben Simmons? And if you have to, shoot, Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley's a great deal. Go get it. Like, there's probably a couple of deals like that to be had for Philadelphia. Does that increase their title odds? I don't know. I don't think it makes them worse than the Jazz, though. I like Joel Embiid, and I like Donovan Mitchell and, Rudy Gobert and whatever. Like, Rudy Gobert was.
So it looked like it was hard for you to say.
I was going to say, I feel like Ben Simmons really took a lot of heat off of Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert was getting looked at funny. And then
but I think
Ben Simmons came along.
I'm guessing if you ask the average basketball fan, because like the lines for championship favorites move based on betting. They're trying to get bets on either side.
Yeah.
But I think if you asked like your average basketball fan, like, hey, can the Jazz win the title this year? I'm guessing a lot of people are saying no. Like the way Rudy Gobert got exposed by Ty Lue was insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's something that is going to be an issue for them moving forward because teams are going to circle that. And there's nothing Rudy Gobert is going to be able to do about it.
No.
Like if you can just run the opposing center off the floor, the Jazz entire defensive ethos goes away.
Who would you rather have, Rudy Gobert or Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons, unquestioned.
Me
Not
too.
even close.
Dude, me too.
I understand Ben Simmons had his weird shooting thing in the playoffs, but he's a really good player and does so many things outside of score. Rudy Gobert doesn't do anything outside of block shots and alter shots at the rim. But I watched Reggie Jackson go through that dude and score over him.
Rudy Gobert is the type of guy that could be, and you basically just said this. Rudy Gobert is the type of guy who can be neutralized by a great coach.
Yeah. Yes. And
hell, maybe even a good coach.
We saw Ty Lue. We saw Ty Lue do it.
I think Ty Lue is a great coach.
He's really good.
But yeah, a lot of heat. Ben Simmons took a lot of heat off. So that's I guess that's just a fascinating thing. It's the fact that it's really just the Warriors. There's like the Bucks, the Lakers, the Nets, the 76ers aren't getting above any of them, before the season starts. It's just, is there a trade done? And I guess we'll learn, what Vegas thinks of Ben Simmons that improves the 76ers chances or decreases the 76ers chances. I think there's a deal that could be made with Ben Simmons that isn't the ridiculous ones that have been reported that Daryl Morey is asking for. This 76ers team will go as far as Joel Embiid will take them, whether Ben Simmons is in a 76ers uniform or not.
Right.
So as long as Joel is healthy, I think the 76ers have a chance. But to answer your original question, I don't think Ben Simmons is being traded unless Daryl Morey comes back down to reality.
Yeah. Stephen A. Smith the other day said, just threw out like Andrew Wiggins and picks. And it's like, that's where they're at. Like, that's the kind of offer they're going to have to take. Because if that's the case, I think if you're Daryl Morey, you probably would rather go like, hey, we're going to give this a spin and see what happens versus taking on a albatross of a contract and some future picks.
Mm-hmm.
Like that makes the Sixers worse.
I can't believe that that's where the Philadelphia 76ers are. And if
no chance.
I ain't doing it.
Yeah, no chance.
It's like I'm pulling Doc in a room, I'm pulling Joel in a room, I'm pulling Ben Simmons in a room. Y'all gonna figure this out.
Exactly.
And Doc, and I'm a Doc Rivers fan. He blew it.
Yeah.
You can't you cannot come back from that. Joel, it's one thing. Player and players, that's one thing. When Joel pointing out the play, that's whatever. Doc, that there's just no way to walk it back. There's no way to fix it.
Yeah.
Like you questioned whether this guy can lead your team to a championship.
Yeah.
That can't be fixed. You can attempt to fix it privately, but that's the best you could do, because you may, okay, let's move on. We're together. Let's figure this out. It's in the back of Doc's head, and it sure as hell is in the back of Ben Simmons' head. And I think the bigger concern for the Philadelphia 76ers would be if it's in the front of Ben Simmons' head, and he's constantly thinking about it, because it appears he can have some mental blocks.
And I think that's where they're at. And
Buddy Hield fixes the 76ers. That's just me.
Does he?
Jumps them past Golden State in a heartbeat.
They should already be there, but I mean,
yeah. You just don't think highly of the Warriors.
No, I'm realistic.
Version.
I'm realistic because, like I said, the Vegas odds are the sign.
See, I forgot.
The Vegas odds. No, listen.
I'm listening.
So much of this relies on Klay Thompson, who's coming back from a torn ACL and a torn Achilles. I'm not ready to just be like, oh yeah, by the playoffs, he's going to be great. He's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like if if you want to buy that, that's fine. But I have a lot of reservations about that. I have a lot of reservations about how effective 40-year-old Andre Iguodala is going to be. I don't know how good Jordan Poole is going to be. There's just a lot of questions that need to be answered, and they need to solve these problems with flying colors to be in the conversation with Brooklyn or Milwaukee or the Lakers or the Suns or the Sixers. Because if Klay Thompson's not healthy, they're not going to be great again.
I want Iguodala.
Yeah, for 12 minutes a game. It was 12 minutes.
You're the same guy, though. When was that draft? When was Klay injured? What month was that?
That was in October. Because it was last year. Remember the draft is at the weird time.
Yeah.
Or November.
So it really is. Oh, geez.
I
don't think I computed that. Like, I just remembered him being hurt in the draft or at the day of the draft. And I think in my brain, I'm thinking that that's July, trying to figure out, because you said this yesterday, like, why would he miss a portion of the season? He's already been gone for a year and some change. No, he hasn't. He'll be approaching a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why.
But you're also the same guy who will text me at like halftime and say,
this is different. This is different though.
Oh, okay.
No, because I'm not being absurdly pessimistic, knee-jerk reaction in the moment.
I think you're accurate in this all rides on Klay Thompson.
Right.
Or a lot of it rides on Klay Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
But, and maybe I just forgot when I talked about the Warriors that Klay was going to miss part of the season.
Yeah, and it's okay. So let's say he comes back. Let's circle January 1 for when he comes back. He's playing 15 minutes a game as he tries to kind of get his legs under him. It's like, can he be super effective by the postseason? Like he's their second best defender and he's knocking down threes and he's just cutting off the ball and he's just, wow, that looks like Klay Thompson again. Like I have a lot of reservations about that. Maybe he gets there. I'm not writing him off, but I'm not ready to also say like, oh yeah, the Warriors are title contenders.
So maybe, but I feel like Steph did enough last year to where you go look at like Steph can pull he took a bad team to the 8th spot. They lost the playing game, which was a bit of a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a better squad. You're probably looking at like 45, 46 wins here. You're approaching 50 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need Klay. I don't think you need Klay to be Klay on January 1st. But if Klay improves 10% during the season, I think you're in a great spot when the playoffs get here. Still, because you have Steph Curry.
Are we assuming Steph scoring 32 a game again?
Yes, very much so. We're very much assuming that. Is that outrageous?
No, not
I don't believe he can't do it until he doesn't do it.
That's fair. All right, that's fine. But yeah, it's going to take another effort like that. Klay's going to have to be healthy. Draymond Green's going to have to figure out how to score the basketball again. Like, can I get 8 points tonight, Draymond?
I don't
Can I
think
get-
you can.
Can I get 8?
That's why you should trade him for Ben Simmons.
I would do that immediately.
Well, call your people and get it done.
Tried. They
Get
say
that
stop
deal
calling
done.
this number.
I believe that. I tried that too, but you just kept calling.
Yeah.
The Kings and the Celtics tonight. Will we be celebrating a Summer League championship tomorrow? Either way, there'll be plenty to talk about. We appreciate you for being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button as well. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart button. If you're on 1320 a.m., make sure you lock this in on your preset and be back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's a wrap. Clear.
I can't. This.
I can't do it either. I always get the.
Like,
I always get
thumbs
like
up.
I try to point at stuff and I point over the wrong shoulder. It's a
I was
disaster.
looking because in my camera, this side is dark, but in my house, the window in the camera is on this side, but it's actually on this. Do you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I
Yeah.
thought I was going to be able to brighten up this side of my face by opening the window, but I can't because it's this side, but the window's over on this side. Boy.
So I got a light here and a light there.
Yeah, I got to get my circle light game up.
There you
The
go.
best selfie I ever took in my life was at your house with that ring light on.
with the circle light. Yep,
Yeah.
that was the first time I had used a ring light. Yep, that was
Incredible.
before. That was days before the debut of D'Lo and KC 1 year ago today.
Yep.
Yeah, that was. I got great video from that night.
No, you don't.
I do. I've got great video from that night.
Yikes.
That was fun.
The good news is I like to dance, so that wasn't like a one-time thing.
Oh no.
In
And
fact,
that's
wait till the wedding, dog. It's going to be out of control.
That was dancing.
Getting down a little bit.
It had a groove to it.
Moving.
You were definitely moving.
There we go. Okay.
You were moving and rapping. Like it was solid work. And I'm very much looking forward to the wedding. That's going to be a blast.
I can't wait.
Okay, man. I'll get to work later on. You could take a peek at what we're doing in the morning, and if you have any questions. Oh, tomorrow at this time, 3:20, James Ham spends a ton of time with us, so it'll be me, you, and James.
Okay.
Are you familiar with James?
James Ham and I have beef, but it's fine.
Oh, mad beef, like real beef?
No.
Oh.
Just from what I understand, he's a super nice guy. So the idea that I would just have beef with him is really funny to me.
That's a great idea. That's great, though. I love the idea. I can't envision you having beef with anyone.
I
can envision you not liking people.
I think he knows I exist, but I'm not certain he knows I exist. So.
I'm sure he does.
We've definitely never met.
Okay.
But we'll meet tomorrow. We'll talk some Kangs.
Yeah, he's fun, man. He's a great talker. He tells great stories. He told us about the underground clown tunnel at Arco Arena that I didn't know existed after all those years. I didn't know it was a thing.
Sounds terrifying.
Yeah, it's spectacular, the amount of play it got on social media last week.
Underground clown tunnel. Isn't that the movie It is about?
It's from the way so many people in the chat and on Twitter described it, it's worse.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's way worse. It involved carnies doing carny thing. Yeah, it's bad. Yep. True story. So that's what you got to look forward to tomorrow.
I'm sick. Not gonna make it in.
All right, man. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, buddy.
See ya.
All right. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. Thanks for getting me through those first couple hours. That was a lot of fun. And man, we'll see what happens tonight. We'll see what happens tonight. I actually, this is between us, I don't know if the Kings are gonna get this one, man. Boston's really good. Shoot, I'd be thrilled if the Kings got this one, though, because I just think this is a tough game for them. What's it mean for next month when training camp starts? Who cares? We'll have fun with it, whether they win or lose. We'll talk about it with James Ham. We'll get someone else Kings related lined up. I'll reach out to Bryant West and see if he wants to join us, or maybe Tony Zipteris or something along those lines. So, again, thank y'all for hanging out. Thank you for a great year. Thank you for a great day. And we will see you here tomorrow at noon as I stall for time to get to the video. All right, y'all.